And the whistle. Yeah. Stick shit in the bad sticking. This is got some bitch and shit. What's that bullshit? What is this bullshit?
Hey, hey, can you hear me? Absolutely. Can you hear me, Tony? Excellent. I've been well, thank God. How about you, my friend? Well, that's always good. It sometimes seems like at some points the editing can take longer than the recording. Oh, wow. Wow. That's really cool. Absolutely. I'd, I'd love to do that. So, I was just going to say, so today, how long would you like to record? Okay, great. Most certainly. That's great. Take your time. Wonderful. So today, of course, I want to review my project, but then if we can, I'd like to get into some UFO, UAP, alien abductee um, discussion, if that's all right. Excellent. Excellent. Phenomenal. That's great. And I can talk on that at length. Enlighten me, please. Oh, okay. I'm going to read that just so I know. So I take it you're referencing the Kardashev scale. And yeah, I actually found one. So The Kardashev scale is generally three different types, but there are some expansions of it, and I've normally just seen it up to like seven, but I've seen it now up to 20, which is quite interesting. Yeah, so I mean, many of them almost seem to repeat, but it's basically like different civilizations getting to the point where they have different universes, then perhaps different multiverses, then perhaps a different omniverse, um, and then it goes all the way to level 20, which is considered the creator. Yeah, it's quite interesting. So, probably not today, but at a certain point, we can go through those. And these are still hypothetical, and no one really knows how to fix any of this, but the minutia of the different types of the Kardashev scale has been expanded. I think it's interesting. Excellent. Wonderful. Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's very exciting to have the opportunity to speak with your audience. And absolutely, I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. As was previously stated, this is a real life Truman Show. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm, in my own way, am making it true today. In my own way, I'm kind of king of the internet. And this gives me a wonderful platform to be able to discuss some of these topics as well as others. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, and all of the audience's friends and family financially independent. I want to ensure that you all have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Certainly. By trade, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and had major contracts with Fortune 100 organizations. And it was during the pandemic when my position as a certified project management professional went remote. And I went from going to shul or synagogue within my Orthodox Jewish community every day to attending classes virtually, and from going into work every day to working remotely. And I went from never being on camera and not really having any social media um, footprint to really being thrown into this world of being in front of a camera. And my anxiety that I think everyone has to some extent, if you go from not being on camera to being on camera, was reduced. And I became more comfortable and recognized that my life had gone from 0 hours a day being on camera to anywhere between 8 and 12. And then after work, because I wasn't meeting with my community as often because of the pandemic and all of the protocols, I would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, near where I'm based. And I would want to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And so I took out my iPhone, started recording, and I was making some funny jokes to myself, I thought, when I would either top the ball or slice the ball or hook the ball. And I thought, you know what, my future family, God willing, even before they're a gleam in my eye, I want to record this footage for them. They might think it really interesting that their father and husband had the foresight to be able to record some of these home movies, so to speak. And after playing golf each night, I would upload the footage to the cloud, and it was just taking me a long time to basically upload. And I recognized, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it before. So I bought uh, about 33 different devices, tablets and handheld devices, and 5 iPhones and multiple laptops and Chromebooks, and put them around myself in 360 degrees. I bought ceiling cams and GoPros and just recognized that this is a really interesting opportunity to be able to record the human life in general, like I had seen in the movie The Truman Show or see on television like Big Brother, and really make it into a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. And since the pandemic, we've seen everything from the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And I have plans, God willing, to do this for the remainder of my life. I'd like to create uh, just an online journal and timeline that any person in the entire world can check in on whenever they want. It never stops, and basically grow up with my audience and my community. Oh, I do get some people who send some negative messages, and there are some people, some ladies who sometimes maybe get a little too attached, but that's okay. I understand that's going to happen with any influencer or anybody in the spotlight. 99% of all the encounters that I have online are positive. I do get some perhaps anti-religious or racist or other stereotypical um, negativity, but I just let those remarks roll off my back like water off a duck. And I have a thick skin. I do everything I can to be able to persevere through any of the challenges that I encounter. And really, I'm open to many debates, especially if someone wants to have a serious conversation about a subject. But for the most part, I don't let the negativity get to me. I do my best to be a very positive person. And the idea of people watching me all the time doesn't really make me feel too awkward, especially if you are familiar with the Edward Snowden leaks or his whistleblowing in 2012 that basically said that someone somewhere generally is perhaps recording everything that's being done on any smartphone, any computer, any smart television, anywhere in the world. And so I already knew that someone was recording a lot of the things that perhaps humans are doing, at least in the Western world. So why not lean into it? Why not embrace it? Why not recognize that perhaps if we do want to have these smart devices, we're never truly alone, and just give people a portal into my life. And um, generally, I haven't had any issues doing that. Well, we're human. We're human, and I recognize that I do things that anybody does. I sneeze, I have to go to the bathroom, I have to shower, I have hygiene things that have to be recorded. Uh, I, I I do my best to avoid them, but occasionally I may make mistakes. And I know that anyone who's watched this now or in the future recognizes that that's part of being human. No one's perfect. And if I can overcome that anxiety, it actually is empowering to other people to know that they're not alone out there, that there are people who care about them and who are doing this for the benefit of humanity. And we're all not that different. I think there's a beauty in the fact that we all make these mistakes, no matter where you are, no matter what content you're on, no matter your race, your religion, creed, whatever your upbringing was, rich, poor, we all have some common traits. And I feel like my stream helps to unify humanity so that we all see that we're all not all that different. Great question. Yeah, so I do have some people who live alongside me in my Discord. If anybody wants to join us, it's discord.me/rabbi. Connect with us 24 hours a day. And I have had people come into the Discord who have said, "Hey, I saw someone on YouTube doing this." And whenever I hear that, I am immediately attracted to see what's going on. So, yes, I have met other people who have done it, but they haven't done it nearly as long as I have. They're still in their first year, but I still highly respect what they're doing. And we've been able to connect and have really great conversations. And it sounds like with the people with whom I've had interactions, they have they have common goals, world peace, um, positivity, kindness for humanity, and such. So that's really great. So I know, God forbid, I ever had to stop. I know somebody else out there is going to be doing this, and the other things that we do that are different are generally they're doing it from one camera angle. I'm doing it from over 25 different camera angles, 24 hours a day. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees. You can watch me from above. You can watch me on vertical screens and horizontal, whatever. I want to give people the choice of how they want to be able to digest my data. So no one does it that way. I'm certainly unique in that. And then there are people who do stream their life, but they don't archive their life. And what do I mean? What's the difference? So there are people on Twitch who just leave their camera on all the time, and that's absolutely cool. But Twitch only archives generally for most accounts anywhere between 7, 14, usually no longer than 30 days. And if you want to do that, I have no issue with it. But what I do that's different, I want to make sure everyone understands what I do is different, is I'm basically creating a book, a journal, an archive for people to be able to study in the future. That's what's exciting about my project and what is really unique about it. So there are other people who do some similar things, and some people who are perhaps following in my footsteps. But at this point, I've been doing this every single day, essentially every single moment of every single day, essentially for the last 1,700 days. um, so a significant period of time. It's huge amounts of data. We're past terabytes. We're into petabytes easily, and I create basically petabytes of data every single year, and that's just a huge amount that the world has to be able um, to basically decipher and to digest. And I know it's difficult now, but especially with AI, which is able to provide summaries and transcripts and auto clip my best moments, it's going to be much more digestible in the future. Absolutely. Absolutely. One, one, 100%. Yes, I do that. So I started that when I first started streaming, and that would be actually, I didn't immediately start live streaming when I started this project. I bought GoPros, and I would put a GoPro on my chest and sometimes on my hat. And I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles and Disneyland, and many of those videos that I have are from first person. And ideally, if I could upload the data fast enough and live stream it, I would want to wear the meta glasses 24/7, or at least perhaps they might be difficult to wear while sleeping, but give people a first person view of everything that I do. I have no issue with that. I have no issue wearing a chest camera. Now, um, there are instances where some people might not be comfortable, like when when they're looking at their banking information, when they're looking at their email, when they're putting in their password to their computer. I have basically become fine with anybody who wants to hack me. They absolutely can. It's difficult enough for me to get into my accounts. I have so many of them. So if somebody wants to take the time, they certainly probably could if they watched all my videos with close enough detail. But by the time I have a large enough following, I know that I'll be able to change any kind of credentials that I need. And I also hope to be able to give people that first person view 24/7. They can see everything that I'm doing. They can see it, live life alongside me when I'm going to the ATM, when I'm driving, when I'm eating, and basically live their life right through my eyes. Yes, I wish I could say that I had seen something, but I have. I listen to Coast AM every night. If you're familiar with what Coast to Coast AM is, so excellent. So I'm very connected to the paranormal from that standpoint. So anyone who watches my stream can literally listen to every coast to coast going back nearly 5 years. And if they see something, then there may be something, but at least I haven't. But frankly, I don't watch my streams that much. I just let them record. I will watch them from a quality control perspective, but I'm creating so much content at any given time that I don't really have time to go back and watch them at length and be able to look at them in that kind of detail. But that doesn't mean that within my community we might have sub communities that form trying to find these kinds of things in the future. And if people want to do that, I'm all for it. I do too. Oh, most certainly. Yeah. And if anybody's going to have it, there's an excellent chance that I do because I have it on so many different angles. So let's say somebody saw an anomaly on one of my streams. Well, guess what? I've got it on another 25 different views. So we can see, was it just a camera issue or was there something really there? Which is a really exciting uh, opportunity for the paranormal community to be able to study. Usually, people, as I understand, see something on closed circuit TV or see something on a ring camera, but we only usually have one angle of it. But not in this case. This case will have multiple angles, nearly guaranteed, and that'll be quite interesting for people to be able to decipher what they really saw. I understand. Edward Snowden. That's okay. You're okay. You're okay. Certainly. Well, I am not necessarily an expert, but an overall summary was in 2012, his whistleblowing uh, came to the surface. And I should say before that, there were rumblings online that there was a program on that was occurring. I knew of it going back at least 3 years from there, and was disclosing it to those that I knew. But it was called uh, Prism, and there were some other programs as well. And basically, Edward Snowden, I believe, is working as a contractor for the defense contractor Booz Allen Hamilton, and was made aware that the NSA was spying on Americans. And generally, that isn't supposed to happen, along with perhaps the CIA. Usually, those are supposed to be foreign intelligence entities, but they were doing so using a loophole. Um, it- the Five Eyes alliance that was agreed upon after World War II. Basically, the Five Eyes are five countries: the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand, that agreed at some point that they could not, because of their domestic laws, spy on their own citizen and citizens and citizenry. But what they could do is spy on each other's citizenry and then share that information amongst the five of them. And so Edward Snowden made this, disclosed this, and then also, while not necessarily um, uh, maybe as mainstream, stated that there were also private corporations. And I should say, perhaps Edward Snowden has maybe talked about this, but then other whistleblowers stated that really are smart devices, including cell phones, cell phone microphones, cell phone cameras, smart television microphones and cameras, our laptops and PCs, and every device that had a microphone and had a camera and really could log any type of information was potentially sending this information to NSA databases and either creating logs on us or just were being used for anti-terrorism reasons. And this has been disclosed now for almost 15 years, and really people have now, I think, become somewhat docile and knowing that they're being spied on by someone somewhere. And now we're learning about private companies that are creating databases on individuals. Palantir is a major one, and they're starting to have um, more and more power in terms of the information that they're collecting. And I think a lot of it goes back to what I said in my initial introduction, that data has overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And these companies and these governments are recognizing that the importance of data, that data is more important than water on Earth. And water's two-thirds of the surface of Earth. Is mind blowing. That data has overtaken petroleum. The black gold, as it has been called, is really wild. And so that's the basic summary of the Edward Snowden uh, whistleblower case. Well, um, I don't know for sure what happened with some of these organizations, but there are shell companies that are purchasing this data. As I understand, 23andMe went through bankruptcy within the last year or so, perhaps a little longer than, and Ancestry has not done that. But there are corporations that do end up purchasing this type of data and selling it off. And for anyone out there who isn't aware of BlackRock's influence on society, they should be. If you drink Coca Cola or you have heard of IBM or Apple or Microsoft, and you look at who its shareholders, chances are some of the major players in this are venture capitalists, and BlackRock is one of these. Berkshire Hathaway is one of these. Millennium Group is one of these, um, and along with quite a few others. And they basically are faceless. We know Larry Fink, but aside from that, many of the other heads of these organizations, certainly we know Warren Buffett, who stepped down within the last year or so. But aside from that, we don't really know much about the organizations or their leadership, the decisions that are being made. And that should be of concern to people because these companies are growing, uh, have more and more power in not just the corporate world, but also the decisions that are being made in terms of technology and politics, and certainly the benefit of humanity everywhere. So, with them, with these types of venture capital organizations owning the data that much of these DNA tests um, have, they basically own knowledge of a significant part of the human race. And there were always concerns of people who took these tests, and a lot of people who didn't want to take the test because they recognize that this data may be used against them in the future, whether it would be for adjustment of their insurance or the consideration of uh, pre pre-diagnoses of different um, diseases or medical conditions, and that caused a lot of fear that I think was a reason that many people did not want to take these types of tests. But for those who did, much of their information is in these databases, and even for those people who didn't, there are models out there that know that, say, just for instance, someone's sister took one, and they share a certain amount of DNA. And so, while one person may have not taken the test, if a close relative did, we are very, very close in terms of our DNA, and there's a good chance that somehow, some way, some type of genetic profile is built on the person who did not take the test, and perhaps somewhere there's a genetic profile built on every single person in the world, which is definitely a concern. I think both are true. Uh, the fact that this type of data could be important in perhaps a super weapon or some type of genetically modified weapon or genetically targeting weapon. And while it's not it's not necessarily the word eugenics isn't necessarily used all that much in 2026. It most certainly was in 1926 in the early 20th century. And um, people don't know what eugenics are. It's basically, um, in its own way, the promotion of what some people may consider superior genetics against others who may be seen as having inferior genetics. And there was a lot of concern about this 100 years ago, and it doesn't seem so much as concerning to many aspects of the population. And uh, the other point that you made, in addition from a weapon, is being able to target individuals who have certain genetic traits. And perhaps that's not necessarily a bad thing, because on its face, maybe there are populations out there that we want to study because they aren't as predisposed to have some type of disease or some type of condition, and we want to maybe perhaps study their DNA at some point. But that gets worrisome when we start to look into eugenics and certain either bloodlines or certain genetic dispositions are being promoted, and um, others may not be seen as desired. And it's something that I feel is should be of concern to people anywhere. That this type of data is out there, and that this type of uh, these type of perhaps nefarious actors are in this world active, and will maybe utilize that type of data against the human race someday. Certainly, I think we're in a period of soft disclosure, and for those that don't know what soft disclosure is, it is a slow, monotonous influx of information into the social psyche, but it is not this one event like the UFOs are landing on the White House lawn, and that there's an announcement on the nightly news and across the 24/7 cable news site that says we are not alone. It is more those in the know have an understanding, those who research the extraterrestrial phenomena are aware that we aren't alone. And for anyone out there, if I may just give my knowledge and my history of understanding of the alien phenomena, I was a skeptic. I didn't believe in UFOs. I thought they were science fiction and comic books and things that you would see in fiction and in film, and other media. And it was around 2008 when I saw the Stephen Greer press conference known as the Disclosure Project, which had actually taken place May 9th, 2001 at the National Press Club. And what Dr. Stephen Greer did was get a dozen or more whistleblowers and archive their testimony. And it's if anybody's ever seen the Disclosure Project, it's very difficult to deny that something is going on. For those of you who haven't seen it, you need to watch it. Yes, it is from 2001, and yes, there has been an updated one that was done within the last 5 years or so. But it was mind blowing to me. It was eye opening to me. It gave a lot of credibility to alien the alien question, that we may not be alone, and caused me to do deep dives into everything from Bob Lazar to alien abduction to, um, you name it, anything alien related that I could find. And you really find that there isn't that much credibility to some of the things that you find, but then other ways you recognize that there's a lot of science involved. And this when I started to have my eyes open to this, you should know that I was such a skeptic that I would debate people on the topic because really I was just uninformed. And I am much more informed now. And for anyone out there who is a UFO skeptic or an alien skeptic, I want to ask you, for how many hours have you studied it? And usually people will say, "Oh, I've studied for 5 hours or 10 hours." You need to study it for at least 100 hours of your life. If you go through, you watch 100 UFO documentaries that are an hour long, or 50 that are 2 hours long, or listen to UFO podcasts on witnesses, credible witnesses, your opinion may change on the matter. And especially now when, um, and I can say in what really helped to open my eyes in 2008, 2009 or so, video was starting to be uploaded to the internet that was better quality. People were starting to get cell phones. The iPhone had come out around that time. And just in general, the amount of quality video that we were getting was better. And the amount of information that was being shared was increasing. And I can say that I would mention this to people who I knew and trusted, and uh, especially from a religious standpoint, I was told that there's only God, there's only Hashem, and I understand that people want to reject some of the um, claims, but then there were other people, even religious or a-religious, behind closed doors, that recognized when I would show them something, or we have this discussion, that there was really something to this. And I think that a lot of people have positions, especially in the corporate world or in academia or whatever organization they're in, where they don't want to be seen as somebody who is finds UFOs or aliens to be of interest, at least not from a public standpoint. But when you get them behind closed doors, you're sitting at a table with them, you're showing them the evidence, or they're able to digest this information in one way or another. It is hard to deny. And as the 2010s continued, we get the 2017 disclosure on the front page of the New York Times. And for anyone out there who's a skeptic, this is the front page of the newspaper of record in the United States. It doesn't get much bigger than that. And that was with the Tic Tac UFO case of the USS Nimitz in 2004. And that, to me, to anyone who wants to be skeptical of this issue, is very difficult to deny. If you look at that FLIR camera, we can't explain it. I can't explain it. The government can't explain it, or at least the mouthpieces of the government cannot explain it. And then from there, we've had the David Rush incidents that have occurred. We have had within the last year the Trump administration doing some disclosure, and now I feel that we, as UFO enthusiasts, and really what we are, we're ufologists, and that's a scientific term that should be taken seriously. It is not fringe. We are the majority. And if people don't recognize that, they should. Because if you poll the United States public and do an honest poll, more than 50% of people know we are not alone. And the people who think that we are alone or that we were just something unique that happened in the universe, they're entitled to be able to believe that all they want, but they are getting smaller and smaller. And we are growing. Ufology is growing, the movement is growing, and I think that's really great because these are honest conversations that we need to have. It is time for humanity to be mature enough to be able to have these discussions because they affect every single person. Yes, so as I understand, I'd like to get a an exact definition. It's the glaring contradiction between the high statistical probability of intelligent extraterrestrial life existing and the total lack of empirical evidence for it. Given the vast size and age of the universe, physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" The paradox hinges on the sheer scale of the cosmos. The Milky Way alone contains hundreds of billions of stars, and a significant portion of these pose potentially Earth-like planets in their habitable zone. Considering the age of the galaxy, it would theoretically take an advanced spacefaring civilization only a few million years to completely colonize it. Yet our skies remain silent. Now, I don't think they remain silent, and I know other people don't think they remain silent. But for someone like Enrico Fermi during the time when he was alive, the type of technology to be able to capture these crafts was not as readily available as it is today. All you need to do is be on UFO Twitter, uh, shout out to Red Panda Koala and Tupacabra and Full Stack Logan. Those are some of the major players in UFO Twitter who are have their ear to the ground, who are always spending their time and their efforts to be able to get the word out to newcomers to the UFO field and to people who are veterans and have had their own sightings, and they're always very patient with people. Sometimes some people may say they're too patient, but I think they just do an absolutely wonderful job listening to people talk about their experiences and allowing people to share these things. So if you're wondering where do we get our information, social media is a great place to get it. Twitter is probably one of the heart of the UFO discussion and Twitter spaces specifically. Additionally, Reddit. There are at least 50 different subreddits that have to do with UFOs, UAPs, USOs, that's unidentified submersible objects, uh, everything from aliens to abduction to just the paranormal and different paradoxes that people experience. So if you're not in the subreddits, you should be. And all you need to do is look at the feed of many of these subreddits, and you'll recognize that this isn't just some random person who's making things with AI. No, these go back decades, long before AI, decades before computer generation could have done this. And we get some cases of people who have firsthand experience, and we get people who have photographic experience going back into the 1800s. For as long as we've had cameras that could develop, people have been witnessing these types of phenomena. Now, back to the Fermi paradox. So, okay, what about why don't we have really great pictures of aliens? It's an excellent question. These are perhaps beings that are thousands, if not millions of years more advanced than we are. They may have cloaking technology. I have heard many times that cameras malfunction when these beings are on camera. They have stealth technology and they're able to perhaps hide themselves much better than even we can begin to perceive. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't people out there who say, hey, I've got something interesting to show people on my Ring camera or whatever it may be, my closed circuit television or on my cell phone. And but we still don't have anything really, really great. And that which we've seen that's been perhaps um, somewhat verified, uh, other people will say has been debunked. It debunked years ago and all of those things. For anyone out there who says this topic has been debunked, I am a person who doesn't think anything's ever been debunked, that we shouldn't use that term. Science is always about learning more things. Nothing should be debunked. In fact, that's a term that I feel makes someone look not as intelligent as they should when they use that because it basically says this is case closed and I don't want to look into it. And that directly contradicts science. Science is always about digging deeper and learning more. So, for anyone out there who wants to use that term, I'm not going to tell you what word to use, but I would advise you that when there are those of us at a certain level who know that that term is uh, bunk itself, for lack of a better term, and that we should always continue to keep looking. And I would want to say as well, when you look when you look at the data that we're seeing and that Enrico Fermi never had the opportunity to view, things like the data being recorded of these craft that are making 90-degree turns going thousands of miles an hour that would kill any human pilot. These just like great UFO footage just flying over major cities. The ones that come to mind are there was one in London around 2016 or so, just flying over and with crowds underneath looking at it. It's very difficult to bribe a whole crowd of people in midday London to look up into the sky and fake this for social media credibility or views or whatever it may be. We have the Phoenix Lights, um, where we have these on video. Now, people will say, well, those turned out to be glare. There was a lot of questionable actions on everybody from the governor, who would later apologize due to his actions, um, and that's just one event. Every single day, for those out there who don't know, every single day you can find people who are uploading their cases to MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, and you can find maps around the world of different shapes, everything from saucers to cigar shape to orbs to um, spherical, and even we get people who talk about motherships. Additionally, there's a reason why the NASA live streams are on a tape delay, but they weren't always, because there would be very diligent people who would look at these and see craft or something flying around in space on these streams. You will find people who have uh, encountered these as aviation or as airline pilots, and they're told not to say anything. To the corporation basically has a an unspoken policy not to report these things. And perhaps some of the best witnesses that we have are the military. We have people who are sworn officers to the government and uh, to act with the highest regard of integrity as possible. And they have the courage to not only talk about what they've seen, but then they have video of it. They have they have FLIR cameras, they have infrared cameras, they have it on just their own regular cameras. And so when people are looking at, as Enrico Fermi has said, like, well, where are they? They're here. And now we're seeing it in the New York Times, and we're seeing it being released by the White House. My question is now to the skeptics: what is it going to take to convince you? Because it's all over social media if you want to see it. It's in our media. It is, we have eyewitness accounts, we have military accounts. The onus is no longer on the UFO community to have the to provide the evidence. The evidence is being provided. It's now on the skeptical world to be able to say to themselves, okay, what do we need to see? And if somebody says, well, we need these crafts to land on the White House lawn, well, I would say to you, pretty close happened in the 1950s. Life magazine captured these these craft flying over the U.S. Capitol and have it on the cover, or at least documented it. And so this has already been done, probably long before the skeptics were even born or can remember. The more time you spend looking at this subject, the more evidence there is that we are not alone, and we need to take this subject extremely seriously because it affects every person on it. Well, I think this is part of the soft disclosure plan, which is predictive programming. Basically, for those that don't know, predictive programming is when the information is put, either factual or fictional, into the mindset of the public in one way or another through interactions or through impressions that people get in their media. and then they begin to this information can affect the way that people view different topics, and it this information may be slowly leaked to the general public so that they don't panic, or perhaps so they don't take it seriously. I don't know the actual intent. I do know, though, that ufologists and governmental authorities and whistleblowers have talked about a plan known as Project Bluebeam, where perhaps, again, who knows, but within the next, I want to say, decade or so, perhaps longer, perhaps shorter, where we will have an event that may or may not be orchestrated. And the plan that I've always heard, and please, uh, if 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 this isn't what you've heard, feel free to interject. But uh, around the world's major cities, there will be some type of mothership, or it could be holographic. It could be um, just on people's television, but it is a plan to scare the public into moving into the city and to move away from any type of rural environment and people who are off grid and such, and force people into some type of global government. Uh, Whether that is true or not, that's for the audience to believe. Um, I'm just telling you, this is what Dr. Rosen discussed, that she stated that Werner von Braun, the head of the NASA rocketry program and Nazi um, rocketry program, stated was the plan. Now, she stated this May 9th, 2001. She said this would happen, though not immediately. That first there would be wars in the Middle East, then there would be some type of fear of an asteroid or some type of collision with Earth that would cause fear with people, and then eventually we would have Project Bluebeam. And uh, I don't know whether it's true. I do also know another interesting aspect of Project Bluebeam was a religious standpoint, that um, there would be some type of manipulation, maybe some type of savior like figure that may take place. And if anybody's had the opportunity in 2020, uh, if you have the opportunity to watch the Seattle New Year's event, basically when the um, clock struck midnight in Seattle. The It was during, I think actually it was between 2020 and 2021. Wait, 20 it was 21 turning to 2022, because people couldn't meet like they normally would because of 6 feet protocols and everything. It was during the pandemic, and there was augmented reality that was used, and basically had very interesting imagery over the Seattle Space Needle and over the skyline of Seattle, things like butterflies and DNA double helix. Uh, uh, and um, if anybody has the opportunity to take a look at that, it's quite interesting. And if I just say to the public, if you watch this and you see that augmented reality, absolutely, augmented reality can be used to manipulate television to make people believe that which they're seeing on television is actually true. If you were to do the same over New York and Los Angeles and Paris and Tokyo and London, you could manipulate people. You could basically make people think that there were motherships over their cities and to cause mass hysteria. Do I think this is going to happen? I don't know. This is what I'm saying has been stated within UFO lore, and so I'm just the messenger. So I don't want people to get scared that I'm prophesizing about that this is what is going to absolutely happen. I don't do that. I'm just making you aware of what has been discussed in the past. Hopefully, it doesn't scare anyone uh, what they see, but or what they may experience. But in terms of perhaps some type of manipulative actors, this might be a plan that we have in store. yeah, uh, it very well could happen. And I don't know what those people who make those decisions have in store for us. I do know there's been a push for a new world order for at least 250 years or so, plans of a global government. And in our own way, I feel like we have it. We have a World Health Organization, we have a United Nations, we have a World Bank. And I think at its core, it's inevitable if we were to advance tens of thousands of years that eventually there would be some type of global unification. And so I'm not necessarily against it. What I am against is the complete enslavery of the human race. That's something that I absolutely want to avoid. But in terms of a global government, I don't know if we should fear this as much as we should be aware of it and do what we can to control it. Because it's just a matter of time until certain entities feel that we should start uniting and that we should perhaps be without borders or we should have more uh, communication and transportation um, and travel amongst countries. And um, and a great way to be able to do this would be through some major event, either an epidemic, a pandemic, a global market collapse, a major environmental event, a certainly some type of asteroid, and uh, more than anything, some type of perhaps alien encounter or alien disclosure to the globe. And the plan that I'd always heard is that, and I could very easily see this happen, for as gullible as some people would be, they and really, I think it could easily be done. If you had control over the world's television stations, you put on television on the little ticker on the bottom, aliens over major cities in the world, and you put some graphics up, within 48 hours, people would be begging for a world government to be able to protect us from this type of thing. It would not be difficult. We saw how many people became docile during the pandemic and were went from 2 weeks to stop the curve to curb the, the to curb the curve of a similar phrase to being trapped in their homes for 2 years or longer. And if that can happen with a virus, I could easily see more drastic steps taken in terms of an alien invasion. It very well could be. You know, I'm old enough, and I'm sure many in the audience are old enough to remember Y2K and the panic that went on there. And I've seen memes and other places where people are like, I survived bird flu, I survived mad cow disease, I survived hoof and mouth, I survived all these different things that They told me we're going to end me basically. I survived the pandemic. I've survived a global meltdown from an economic perspective, and I'm ready for the next thing. Um, I think, though, that it's just a matter of time until the people who control the chessboard to uh, make the move that will cause mass panic. And I'm in agreement with you that the idea of an alien invasion is something that would cause the major control over the uh, people of the world. And if that were to happen, uh, that raises a lot of questions. Would people actually uh, so there's the idea that, okay, say this was a simulated event. Well, then what does that, we first have to get through the simulated event, but then also we have to take into account that we have real questions here about how humans got to Earth. Was there panspermia or guided panspermia? The idea that we were seeded here, either naturally through some type of asteroid or unnaturally through some type of guided evolution, and where we're going in the future. And then if we did have a global government, I can say this, and with much confidence, I do not see a world in the year 2100 without a global government. So I think that we will get there somehow. And I think the argument could be made we're already there with the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the the United Nations. I mean, that's what the United Nations is. It just doesn't normally take the spotlight, but we're already most of the countries of the world are already signatories to as members. So imagine the United Nations just became more powerful. That's all that would need to be done. We don't necessarily need a UFO or a disclosure event, but that would make it a lot easier. But I would even say that you could, if I had to guess, it would be within the next 25. That's what I've seen all the time people say. And I could be wrong, but I certainly don't think it will be 75 years. By the year 2100, I can see the world having unified under some type of global organization, which we would call a global government or one world. Could you repeat that again? You're saying that if this was a simulation, would they be able to physically find people? Well, there are arguments to be made that they can do that already without the simulation. Um, I've seen, well, even going back to radio um, and different wavelengths that were being used, there was mass hysteria around the year 1915, 1920 about the utilization of electric wires in cities. I've seen different documentation and publications about people who feared just the advent of electricity. And even before then, around the 1820s or so, we have the Luddite people of England who were in fear of the loom and the Industrial Revolution, the loom which made making textiles easier and faster, and many people consider one of the first types of, if not a precursor to the computer in many ways, because it could, in its own way, be programmed, a very primitive type of programming. And then we get the radio. which there was mass hysteria around um, the War of the World by Orson Welles in the 1930s that caused major panic around the tri state area, Connecticut, New York, and especially in New Jersey. Um, and I think that people who controlled these types of mediums recognized that you could affect people. And so I even think that there may have been some perhaps documented deaths because of that incident, though want, I don't know if they were directly related, but it did cause widespread panic until um, people had to hear at the end of the broadcast that it was just theater, essentially. But for those people who tuned in mid War of the Worlds, it caused a lot of fear, I think, and that was just a test. Then we have television, which in its own word, its own name is interesting. People think of it as television, but it's almost like tell a vision, even though it's not spelled that way. It's telling a story, it's telling a view of something. And many people have said that this is a double entendre, basically, of the word that you're able to tell a view in a certain way through this. Uh, as television moved into the 50s, 60s, and 70s, it became the dominant activity of people. People stopped having coffee with their neighbors. People stopped joining fraternal organizations, just many organizations in general. Many people did. Now, I'm not saying everyone, but then eventually moving into the 80s and the 90s, people became much more introspective and much more secluded because they no longer needed to go outside to be able to get that kind of connection that they felt. And I've seen the argument that uh, different smart devices, even prior to smart devices, just devices in general, including the computer and the early cell phones, were able to affect people's brain waves. If anything, I think that we could all agree that with the advent of the cell phone, um, many of us are much more aware in many ways, or have our mind in another place when we wouldn't previously. Generations ago, people wouldn't be thinking, "Oh, I wonder what's going on in this place known as social media." They just had no idea of that, but now we do. So, if anything, uh, these types of devices have been able to reprogram us in certain ways, and it's even affected how our media is being created. I know that many directors of film today find that no one or very few people actually watch their movies in the theater all the way through without checking their cell phone if they're under 25 years old. It's just something that many young people today have to be checking something at least one point during a movie because they don't have the attention that a generation or two ago had when cell phones were no longer or were unforeseen. And so, from that perspective, we are being programmed to some extent. Now, in terms of things like perhaps uh, things in our food, there's an argument to be made that that's a way of programming us. Oh, maybe a century ago, we weren't using genetically modified organisms, and certainly 60 or so years ago, we started utilizing high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup is a cheap alternative to sugar, but also has the effect that it can cause spikes in energy, but then um, lethargy, and it can also end up making people more hungry. It is, as I understand, uh, can be in some forms thousands of times sweeter than your traditional table sugar could be. And these are things that humans uh, haven't been able to evolve, or haven't had the opportunity to evolve to be able to sufficiently handle. And so that's a way to reprogram people. Other ways that we can reprogram people are just the words that we're using. And so, what am I saying? Meaning, instead of saying person A hit person B, Okay, instead, you might see a news report that said person B was hit by person A. Well, that may not seem that consequential, but it's really using the passive voice. And when you use the passive voice, you can change how different news clippings are interpreted or the emphasis on different aspects. And those are just, and that changes how people react to certain stories. That changes people's opinions on certain things. And so, as we have been able to move into the modern age, so to speak, there are many ways that corporations, the corporatocracy as I call it, but there's the technocracy, just depending, just really what we're talking about is, and government, but just basically everyone who's not your common individual have been manipulated and their health has been manipulated. And while some people are aware of it, some people are awakened to many of these tactics, there are many people who are not. And they only become awakened to them when they speak with people or as they get older. And unfortunately, not everyone eventually does become aware of some of these tactics. Ab- Absolutely. Do you mind if I give a little teaser for that? Excellent. So, some of the things that I do like to talk about are futurism. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like telepathy, telekinesis, teleportation. Things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, certainly interstellar travel, things like Santa Claus machines or replicators, for those that who don't know what I'm referencing. Basically, a 3D printer that's connected to the periodic table, all the elements that you'd ever need. You can create whatever you want. You could create living things. You could create um, certainly concrete, anything concrete. So you could create cars. You could create television. You could create computers, whatever you want, basically like a 3D printer. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind blowing goal and it's not being discussed. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak on a topic such as this. This company recently made headlines within the last year or so with their direwolf hybrid. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting opportunities. Moreover, I'd like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you and all of the audience who's listening to me right now were born, the average life expectancy, depending on where you are in the world, was anywhere between 80 to 70 to 80 years old or so. And I want to increase that. I want to give you all the resources when I go viral to be able to afford things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, blood transfusions, whatever it takes to be able to increase your average life expectancy from age 80 to 100, 120. But at 120, the audience may say, all right, Rabbi, well, back in 2026, everything that you talked about seemed in its own way like science fiction, but now it's become science fact. Our bodies are starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is all with anyone's consent. I don't want any of this forced on you. I am about human rights. I'm a libertarian at heart, and I want to make sure that people are able to preserve themselves in any way they wish. However, for those of us who may have some type of perhaps want to consider, I don't even say necessarily absolutely need this, but if they want to consider some type of transhumanist type of technology to be able to extend life even longer than age 120, either using types of reverse aging or pausing of aging technologies. I want them to be able to do so, even if that means they want to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with their consent, again, very important, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and I'm saying to the audience is that we are of a generation, or we're approaching a generation, that will have the opportunity to perhaps have some type of digital immortality. I find this to be of extreme interest. I'm not saying I absolutely want it for myself, but I want people to know that this is a world in which we're moving. And so for our upcoming discussions, I look forward to discussing some of these futurism topics, perhaps in a couple of sessions at least. It is an interest of mine. Additionally, I love talking about mega projects, things that can help the world. A Bering Strait tunnel, being able to connect Asia to North America. Perhaps a clearing in an environmentally friendly way, the Darien Gap, being able to clear the area between southern Panama and northern Colombia and complete the Pan American Highway. If this were done, essentially somebody would be able to drive from perhaps Lima, Peru to New York City, or from Mexico City to Paris, or from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. And I find that to be of extreme interest. Other things are perhaps one day a transatlantic tunnel, perhaps a trans-Pacific tunnel, maybe something like a Gibraltar tunnel connecting Europe to Africa. These may be expanding the Suez Canal or creating another Suez Canal or the Panama Canal or have multiple types of shipping lanes through the Central American Isthmus. These are of extreme interest to me. I look forward to being able to speak with the audience about them. And then additionally, and I'll end on this, aliens are fascinating to me. I don't have all of the answers, but topics I'd like to certainly discuss are reverse engineered technologies that we perhaps have gotten from these craft, the history of the UFO phenomenon, things like panspermia, guided panspermia, things like uh, the alien abduction question, things like celebrities and going back 100 years and their opinions on this, where we move forward with some of this technology. These are all phenomenally exciting discussions that I look forward to having with you and look forward to having with the audience. For anyone out there who wants to connect with me in the meantime or in the future, I invite you, come to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm in there 24 hours a day. Discord puts out a roundup every year of how long you've spent on Discord, and I'm not in the top 1%. I'm not in the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of users on Discord. I'm always there. I've been there for years. You can always connect with me. And it's not just about UFOs. If you need someone to talk to, you don't have to be Jewish to talk to me. I want to hear from you. If you just need a shoulder to cry on, you want to tell somebody, talk to somebody about something great that happened in your life, you want career advice, you want personal advice, you just want a friend, I'm there for you. Anyone who has the opportunity who wants to view my streams, you can do so most easily by typing Rabbi Rothschild, my name, into YouTube and filtering by live. You will see I am live on multiple cameras 24 hours a day. You should go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare your audience to look at the amount of data that I have created. I have more social media than any person in global history. And when people find out about who I am and what I do, this is going to have a significant impact, and we're going to be able to move topics such as the alien disclosure topic to the forefront, hopefully, of the human discussion and of, in general, the overall consensus as to where we are in the modern age and really the human zeitgeist. So, with that, thank you so much for the opportunity. And that's where everyone can find me. And I look forward to our future discussion. Excellent. Thank you so much again for the opportunity. You as well.
Uh, Are you happy? Yeah, that's great. Really? Yeah. Could have gotten any better. That's good for number one. Are you happy? Yeah. Are you? I mean, are you happy? Happy? Yeah, I think that's good. How happy are you? Good. Put my dick in your mouth. I would do it every day. Just here in Alabama, they will put you in Alabama. No, you know what he means. Where are you from? I want to know where them eyes come from, boy. You know what the fuck we're saying. Where are you from? Tijuana or something like that? Yeah. That's three songs, John Rosa. Jeremiah. What is your nationality? Because you're either Asian or you're like Mexican or Avatar or Native. You look like a chili Avatar. Eskimo. Mom Chinese. Is your mom Chinese? Of course. Yeah. Always that. Yeah. Always that. Hey, this guy's half German, half something else. He's not welcome at his own dinner table, folks. Oh, wow. Says how? Hey, you said German? Oh, no. Don't do that with Rothschild. Just relax. I'm not white, I'm allowed to say it. So you're crazy guys, but white. No. You know what I'm saying? You knew what you were saying, right? What, laundry? Of course. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Joe. You're focused on race prevention. You would like I'm Middle Eastern Arab. I grew up in Joe DeRosa's alter ego is Captain Get Out of America. Written on the fly. That's how. This kid is fat. Now, worked here for a month and a half. How do you make your money? I work very you call it dojo? Yeah. Bunch of retarded people. Right. Hey, Tarts, come to the dojo. You walk again. Walking and chopping, that's our motto. What do? Do you just like rub your hands together like Miyagi and the screen goes blank and then we just assume you put magic on them? Also, are you in the they all have slaves and are you part-time in the Secret Service? What is this? Get up with ear literally got spot right now, right? Yeah, which makes all the time. Why do they need the earpiece? Eddie Griffin is in the building. Yeah. Eddie Griffin has arrived. That's literally quick. 10-4. Somebody get a pair of Air Force Ones for him before he goes on stage. Facts. These are facts. Behind the music, comedy. How long have you been working with special? On and off for like last year. was actually with them during the day. Great. Isaac, why is this lip twitching? Isaac, are you single? No. No? How long great. Live with my girlfriend. She moved up here with me from San Diego. We've been together about 9 months. Okay. Yeah. You were very funny. I'm being serious. You did a really good job. I'm a fan of yours, man. Thanks, man. But I didn't even listen to the 104 podcast. Wow, that's noble. Like we're freaking boss, but you did a good job. Seriously. We watch each other's balls. No, not watching your balls. I'm saying you did a good job. I think you're great too. You're really great. Man, gotta do it now. Gotta do it. Okay, Isaac, you did it. Go back to work. Make sure nobody shoots the place up. Isaac Allen. Sorry. Twitter is Isaac Allen, spelled I-S-A-K. Isaac, not your fault. You had to follow the fucking Grim Reaper of the comedy store. I love it. You're right. I'm having a great time. I really am. I truly am having a really fun time. The tour with, I don't know. Might be. Comedian that I just pulled out of the bucket. Like a name. Pat Gaston. Hey, I know Cat. Already. One more time for Cat Gaston, everybody.
Hi. I'm Kat. I live in LA for 7 years. I don't know. Kind of not as planned. Okay. So I'm not successful. If I don't have a lot of money, if I feel and I'm not happy. So that would I have I live alone. I live in Zero. I don't my cat Zero. That was weird. My cat's both tight, so tight that's for Zero. I have not seen coke with my own eyes like 2009. That's so weird. Like I'm the kind of girl like I don't see coke, but I just like offer to hold your face. You could start that.
Cat? Yeah. Yes. 1 minute. Nice. All right. Whoa. Jeremiah's Jesus Christ. What? He's got an audience here, but I'll listen to him for an hour. Just wail. Why you heard anything? I was It's all about the wording, Joe. Yeah, welcome to the show. You were on wording part. You were on a TV show. What do you do for work again?
And
fucking special Olympics. Isn't it weird how comedians always work with special needs people? I think it tells something about they know how to connect with cards. I never heard it put so eloquently. Someone said I was pointing to Mark. I think I saw that on a quilt somewhere. On a quilt? Okay. Last time you were on, we talked about what app, talked about this, which is the best performance. And now you're back. What else about you, Kat? How long have you been doing stand-up? 3 years. Where at?
my there Holland now and Alan Alston. Like when I first started I did a ton of
Name drop and everything. I was more Martin
No.
You are saying like
The guy that was all the breakers here, like when I first started, and like I had like I stand up flat.
Yeah, Martin Scorsese. That was right.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
No,
wow. Oh shit.
Oh.
Bro. You're not single? have you been in a relationship?
Last August.
Where'd you meet him at?
Sorry. He looks a lot like I have height.
Wait, he looks like.
I think she's hot. Yeah, I was all about it.
Very.
Yeah, like a gay guy with a beard. Thanks for the late night compliment. I need that before going.
It's like the olive oil body type. Always.
Right?
Bluto. You just got Bluto.
Damn, son, she just called you fat, son. Twice. Two different artistic ways.
No, don't say that. Don't think that.
Right?
Yeah. Stay with us.
This girl's a freak. I can tell. Oh, yeah.
It's okay. It'll be okay.
Have you ever been with a smaller guy before?
You can cut Jeremiah off. That's with water. He's fucking high on Baker Street. That's not Baker Street. That's,
Have you ever been with a smaller guy, Kat?
Yeah.
What's that been like? What don't you like about that?
what did she
I just feel kind of not. I don't feel feminine with a smaller guy. I feel like kind of large. Yeah.
Like sports in high school?
Yeah, volleyball.
Played sports now?
Environment. It's like a ballet.
It's like a lawyer thing.
Oh,
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, come on. Fuck.
Kat, you ever thought it's supposed to be dating on?
No.
What if it is that? That means good out of rich people that
Yeah.
fucked up.
Yeah,
I saw that on
and their jobs are like graphic and
Any celebrity? You don't have to name
yeah, one.
What do you do? You just gotta make sure those balls don't break all the shit in
But I
the
mean,
house.
or like eat poison or get a gun.
She goes, or they don't eat poison. Just that.
But I can't talk about it.
Well, you don't need to. You don't need to give us any names. But can you give us like close calls? Shit where you're like, whoa.
Jimmy William Aguilera. Stop getting big, Jim. Put the knife down.
There was a little guy that was 5 years old and his habit was women.
Wow.
That's not retarded. Yeah, that's my habit too. You know what I'm saying? You call that retarded? I get aggressive. That kid just crushing it. Got you trying to headbutt that Ooh, not now.
Is that the only thing special about this kid? He pulls his head out of your vagina and he's like a straight A dude other than that?
You sort of headbutt pussies, they're like, oh, our kid's sick.
He had Down syndrome, but the thing is there really not that much difference from 5-year-olds.
Oh, he's got down.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's down to fuck. You know what I'm saying?
When I'm done, they're too high. That's too high fiber.
We like to call it up.
Oh, I bet you do. With that horny 5-year-old, he definitely has some upset.
But it was just
And they all look
relentless.
alike, so if you fuck all of them, it's like you're only banging one dude. They've had it too good for too long again, man.
Right now, there's some Down syndrome podcast fan listening to this like, what does he mean we all look alike?
What does he say? We all look. And I nailed the impression. Oh!
Holy shit.
Oh, I never met
Oh
that.
my god, you did a Down syndrome impression.
Oh my god.
That's
What the
unbelievable.
fuck are you talking about?
All right, you're with a 5-year-old. They had to warn you before. They're like, my son,
No, that's developed what I want.
wow, really?
Yeah, for sure. It's a got like adult.
Okay, we're about to head to dinner. Listen, about the hour 10 mark, my summer started headbutting you in the cunt. But besides that, smooth sailing.
I like to go outside and play a lot. Shoot game at 3 o'clock. Oh yeah, that was breakfast. Let's take a tip.
We gotta go. We got a ball to go to. I like the downstairs tickets to see it fucking structure privilege.
Now,
Don't be this little fucking weird there, or he is gonna be fucking ape shit.
yeah, let me ask you this. Let me ask you, so like, was there ever a time you were hanging out with your kid, like parents gone, or hanging out? No, don't gross. No, 100% no.
No, dude, keep going. Go with
The thing is that when it happens, because no fun, tired or hungry.
Right. So then in that case, you just put a little peanut butter on your pussy and
Well, the thing is, you have to hold very firm, but
right. No.
really hard. You can't say, because that's inappropriate, because I'm trying to.
So how would you say it? How would you
5-year-old kid? You know, that's a pretty solid dick for a kid. You think about this. You don't have to say anything. It's all we're trying to get that The Shining. So they just tell you in your head. How did that not get a laugh? How did that not get a laugh?
Are you really asking? It was probably delivery.
How did that not get a laugh? You want some ice cream, Doc? How did that not get a
I
laugh?
want to know how you would tell a 5-year-old. So Jeremiah, if you don't mind playing the 5-year-old, your head in her pussy, like without shaming him, how would you say
Or
it?
shine? Did you scream, yelling over and over, Jeremiah, fox butt, fox butt, fox butt?
Hey, look, it's
Oh,
5-year-old.
no. That's my private area. That's my private area. That's terrific, buddy. That's just my private area.
Okay.
You can touch your private area
I
and
think we get
private, but don't touch my private area.
Oh, I see. It's supposed to be about private area. Jeremiah.
If I was Jeremiah's dad, I'd be like, just let him hit like your pussy. He'll get it. He'll stop. Get the.
But it would happen to strangers. Like, it would happen to strangers at museums, like at land stores.
There you go. People are catching on to my Shining. Scanback brothers.
Yeah, what's one of the weirdest things about you? If you had to confess something weird about you, what would it be? Jesus, you're acting like a 5-year-old stuck that in your pussy.
Coming live from the waiting room in Omaha, Nebraska. Our brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up the birthday boy, Tony Hinchcliffe. Omaha, make some fucking noise.
That's right. It's my motherfucking birthday, and I'm stuck in Omaha. Brian Red Dan is here. Very excited. It's our first ever Kill Tony in Omaha, and our last ever. No, I'm kidding. Good to be here.
That's great.
Very exciting. We have a special Omaha bucket made for us, which which is very fun. Some amazing artwork, and I kept this in here. This one here, which I turned into my champagne bucket for the night. It's the venue. How about the waiting room? Huh? How about what a cool place? Very cool. They got me a little bottle of champagne for my birthday. I don't even drink champagne. Tonight I'm gonna get drunk, like Texas style or something.
You don't even have a glass. But drink out of
I'm
it.
drinking it straight out of a fucking bottle. Omaha styling. I'm gonna say right now, this bucket here was beautiful. It said Omaha Kill Tony on it. Was made by Ryan Hopkinson, and he has a company called Three Little Pigs Omaha. We tried some of your candy bacon, sir. First I sniffed it, and then I tongued it, and then I bit, and then I ate the rest of the fucking bag.
It's fucking delicious.
Unbelievable. I Googled it very fast right before I came on stage because after eating the bag and realizing that the flavor was OG, what is it? OG gangster. I thought OG.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah. Because I ate the whole fucking bag. I'm like, if this is hot candy bacon, I am fucked right now. Luckily, it's all natural, grass-fed fucking pig bacon. You know what I mean? Candied and delicious. Check that out. Three Little Pigs.
Yeah, that's good shit.
This bucket made by Jonathan Riggle Art. Thank you very much. A lot of pride here in Omaha. This one is very unorthodox. Just the infinite CBD logo with sort of like a creepy face.
That's crazy.
Either one of us have green eyes. I don't know who that is. Perhaps the Iron Patriot under there, something like that. A throwback to a different time.
Like it's cool. You got the infinite DVD. Yeah, I love infinite DVD.
You know, it's funny you mention that because I love infinite CBD too. I was a fan of regular marijuana for a long time, which I still partake in. You know what I mean? All the time. Anyway, but then I started using some of these amazing CBD products, and
They have gummy bears. They have lotion. They have just drops that you can put in your drink. The cool thing about CBD is it's mostly legal everywhere.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
is it legal here? Okay, cool. There you go.
And CBD is legal all around the
Yeah, but you know what they're trying to do. It's been on the news a little thing about
What
CBD.
the hell?
Some woman got arrested at like Disney World.
Okay, worst CBD ad read ever. Get arrested at Disney World. Your kid's watching. Jesus Christ. We have to start over. Might as well just demand it now. We won't tell them that time again. Go to infinitecbd.com. Use the promo code Tony15 to take 15%. You guys like CBD, right?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Fuck yeah. We're on stop number 2 of this leg of the tour. This is Omaha, Nebraska. It's very exciting. Tomorrow night we go to Des Moines, Iowa. Then we go back to Los Angeles for one night only for basically what we could consider easily the 6-year anniversary of Kill Tony.
Yeah.
Appleton, Wisconsin on Tuesday. Milwaukee after that. Milwaukee is embarrassing.
Yeah, it's
By the way, if
embarrassing
you're wondering who bought more tickets so far, Omaha showed up more than Milwaukee did. I mean, amazing.
Mile 2.
Yeah, Milwaukee. You don't buy tickets now, you're going to become a running joke for the rest of the show. We're going to make fun of Milwaukee.
Never go there again.
Chicago, Illinois almost sold out at Thalia Hall. Madison, Wisconsin. Minneapolis, I think, has sold out. New York, and then we added a show on June 20th at the Gramercy Theater in New York, New York. That's a big show for us. Selling out the Gramercy Theater twice on a Thursday is a really big accomplishment. So let's finish that off, NYC. CavemanCoffeeCo.com. Promo code Tony 60%. Go to visit our friends over at Rocket Pins. They make great pins. There's a new Death Squad.
Yeah, I brought one tonight. No, it glows in the dark. Big.
Yep, and which reminds me, the number one, I'll get to that. Ryan J. Ebel couldn't be here with us tonight. However, he did make a poster for this leg of the tour, which we are going to be signing for you if you get one after the show. If you buy one, it's only $20, and we'll take a picture with you, sign your poster, shake your dirty Omaha hand. You know what I mean? Just go through the whole thing. I have a hand sanitizer before you get to the table, so that's how that works. Right? Of course, as with all of these episodes, we're going guestless tonight on the road. Don't bring guests with us. It's possible to bring someone to Omaha, Nebraska. Sit here just to sit as a guest. If you're wondering, we'll just say no. I asked all of my friends. They all told me no to my face. A lot of them just laughed and ran away. However, we do have the heart and soul yesterday. It is #1 on Comedy iTunes right now. One of the funniest people in the world. Show he plays a character. I never know what he has a separate part of the screen blocked off back there, and been getting into character. Stays the character throughout the show. Sometimes brand new characters. Sometimes the return of one of the famous characters. He's one of the funniest people on the planet. #1 on Comedy iTunes right now, and he's here with you for his first time in Omaha, Nebraska. I present to you the great Jeremiah Watkins, the Kill Tony Band. Wow, this is epic. My goodness, bro. What I believe would only be the second or third time in the history of Kill Tony. Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, is here.
How are you doing tonight?
Wow, Mr. President, I can't believe out of all the cities, why Omaha, Nebraska for Kill Tony?
You know, I love you. So many white faces here. That's tremendous showing of support. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, I love it. Mr. President, one of my favorite characters in the history of the show. I really was not expecting you tonight at all.
Well, it is your birthday, and you're one of my favorite.
Hey, you know what? That's why I voted for you twice in the last election. Gotta get that absentee vote in Ohio on there, you know what I mean? Well, we have the president himself, Donald Trump, is here. Red Man is here. That means one last thing. This bucket, made by our friends over at freelowpixomaha.com, was the one chosen for all the names to it. We had a great turnout for names. How many signed up here tonight? How many? You don't raise your hand, people, with an audio podcast. You clap your hands. Signed up? Woo! I hope you get fucking pulled out.
Yes.
I want to see that fucking retired NASCAR driver get his ass up.
By the way, there's a door right there. That's how you get on stage. We'll go through that door.
It's the only way up is you don't try to climb on the stage, you make your way over there and go through that door. And filled with names. If I pull your name out of this bucket, that means you get 60 seconds of stand-up comedy time on stage. We interviewed you, talked to you a little bit after that, but you figure 60 seconds of uninterrupted time stuff when you're done. And just wrap it up then, or else you're gonna bring out the anchor, the back, hair. Alright, okay, very good. The back is the right reference for, alright, okay. Hell yeah. Okay, you guys ready to start this thing? It's the first ever Omaha Kill Tony live. How exciting. Alright, I pulled the name out. Your first comedian performing tonight. 60 seconds, uninterrupted. No heckling, crazy fun. Put your hands together for Alex Block. Here he comes. The back right corner. Here he comes. Oh, one more time. Good and loud, Omaha. We're here. Alex Block. I find it really beautiful. Like I said, streamers don't want a guy. So the first time I had sex, I was 16 years old. And my girlfriend texted me, hey, I'm staying at my grandparents, and they're already deceased. You want to come over? I was out hunting. I had to think about it for a second. It's a good night. But in the end, girl, yeah, I did what I thought I was going to do. And I ended up getting there. She gets in the truck. She's wearing a robe in the middle of December. It is cold. She says, why don't we go somewhere that no one can hear us? Odd request. I went with it. Probably about 30 minutes later, it got to a point where, you know, teenagers do what they do. And we just kind of started going at it.
But we didn't do it in the pickup. We're in the box.
Keep going, keep going.
And she was a screamer. I didn't know what was going on. But, okay, cool, I'm getting laid. And probably about 5 minutes later, I hear, she called in a fucking coyote.
Wow. All right. Alex Block. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I love it, man. I love it. Was she screaming because you were raping her?
I don't know. I mean, you're both underage, so I guess it's statutory.
Wow, I love it. Heck yeah. Mr. President.
It's nice to see that on never did speaker.
My God, you were both 16 at the time, Zach?
Yeah.
My goodness. And you were hunting?
I was when she texted.
Wow, that is the most Omaha shit I've ever heard of in my life. You know, just like the rest, you out hunting, you get the text,
and you have sex with a 16-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Hey, I was like, I know.
You look like the kind of guy that's gonna try to have sex with 16-year-old girls your whole life. So
actually, my girlfriend is 9 years older.
Wow. 9 years older. Hard left hand in the pocket, by the way. This is something we noticed yesterday in Kansas. Yeah. It's a very Midwest thing. I know you won't find that funny because it's on you, but the rest of the listeners that heard yesterday, we've gone left pocket still. There's something in the water. Okay?
It's comfortable.
Yeah, well, okay, relax. Fucking relax. All right? Last thing I want to do is end up in the bed of your truck tonight. I'll be screaming too.
I feel like they put their hands in the pocket. They're so used to having like tail killers or something like that.
Oh, okay. Red man. All right.
I don't agree at all. I do too.
So, Alex, first time ever doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. How about a hand for that, guys? The courage. The balls on this guy are so big that he's literally punching them with his left hand right now. So, Alex, tell us about you, man. How old are you?
24.
You're 24. Get the fuck. You look like George Lucas. He made Star Wars in the 70s. What the fuck do you mean you're 24? Oh my God. What do you do for a living where you sit behind a computer all day?
Actually, I work at a factory and I also go to school.
You work at a computer factory?
Kinda. They do electronics.
Electronics? Right. What kind of electronics?
Resistors.
Oh, wow. Jeez. You mean a lot like the girl that you fucked when you were 16? Hey now. That's begun. So what do resistors do exactly?
They can limit current so that you can do a whole bunch of different things. Like they're used as a sensor on every part of your engine.
Wow, you're making all the pussy so wet right now. Oh my goodness, hear the drip. Alex, so what's your love life like now? You had sex for 16 in the bed of your truck. Now what?
I've been dating a girl for
that's
7
right.
months at this point.
That's 7 months. What does she do?
She actually works at the same place, but department.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. What you got for the movie? Not as good as yours.
Damn right. These parts. So how did this happen? You guys meet in the break room or something like that? You were there eating your little fucking cheese turkey with mayo? Oh, he's laughing. I think I'm right about that.
So, I actually started an intern in that office, and
wait, you did or she did?
I was an engineering intern for quite a while, and when I left, we just started hanging out.
Yeah, you just when you left?
Yeah, after I wasn't in the office anymore.
Right. Who started it? You or her?
It was kind of suggested to me by one of her friends, and it just after we hung out, it just kind of we hit it off.
Yeah, very interesting.
Interesting.
I am rock hard right now.
Alex, do you have some? You seem like the kind of guy that has a special trick in the bedroom or something like that. Is there something that you do?
It's just called chloroform.
Four more years. I feel like there's something you do. You have like a finishing move in the bedroom, something you think only you do, a secret of yours. Come on,
You
tell
know,
the truth.
I basically my policy is that your policy.
Don't interrupt it. How dare you interrupt it? How dare you? You're just about to get to the fucking good. I don't. Wait. Now I want you to restart from where he interrupted you. I want you to say,
What is your policy?
yeah.
I'm very curious. I might have to make that.
You need to start it. You need to start it with the policy. Okay, go ahead, Alex.
So my policy is that you don't say no when you're getting laid, unless it involves, like blood, whatever, anything gross.
What? Holy shit.
This guy's afraid of a period.
I never said I'm afraid. It's just that you're like things in your butt.
Like what you're trying to go at?
You shit. What? Really? Hey, sex is sex, man. I'm at least getting laid.
Wow. So like, what's something that you've done that you were hoping or thought maybe she would say no to, but you got away with it, or maybe something she's done to you and which you were like, it's the end, but you didn't want to finish it. We heard your policy. She tried to shove a puppy in your butt.
Can I just say I was not a best guy?
No. But I want to end up one.
Whoa. So what, an ice cream truck? Alright. That doesn't even make any sense. Oh, he loves it. Look at that. You like that joke, huh? You're adorable. I love it. You can be best friends then, you and I. Man. So you don't say no. That is interesting. That might be the rapiest policy I've ever heard in my life. Hey, I like that.
It's not rape. You like it fun.
Wow.
Is that what she said? Now that is a policy I can get behind.
98% of this people are in this room right now are pretty grossed out about that. 2% I feel like are gonna try to go to the bathroom when they see you go to the bathroom here. Some people are into that. But Alex, I'll tell you this, man. You came up, you had the courage to sign up, you came up here, you stayed in the pocket. I'll tell you this. Obviously, same thing I tell almost everybody. You gotta trim all that fat, you gotta get to the good. But the way you spoke, I was laughing. None of them were. But there were parts that I really enjoyed. Very down home and fucking like, it was a real honest set. You know what I mean? Like an honest meal. You ever have an honest? You ever have an honest meal? You ever go to like a diner in the middle of the country?
I'm actually trained how to cook professionally, so
Oh, really?
I do a lot.
Wow, you're Mexican. That's amazing.
All right, there he goes. Alex Block, everybody. He's on Twitter at Block95. BLACH95. Look how big a can look on that small.
Yeah, it's
Hey. By the way, I think I noticed, was that a little 11 you were displaying on the
yes,
neck?
I was Nebraska's finest.
Yeah, I love it. I'm a big 311 fan. Little fun fact there.
Next one's in school.
The bass player, Peanut, and I are actually friends. And we saw on a post on a social media thing that I said I was going to Omaha. He said he wrote out, he goes, "Enjoy Omaha," and I thought he was just being nice. Now I realize he was being hilarious. No, I'm kidding. We're having fun. Okay, this is a very fun name. I know a good fucking name when I see it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Fat Dan. Hey, here he comes. I love his style. There you go. Fat Dan, everybody. Coming. I'm excited about this. How about one more time for Fat Dan, everybody? Don't get too excited. Honestly, my name is Richard. That's long for Dick. My
neighbors think I have a huge dick, which isn't true. My girlfriend's just very vocal. So enough about me. Anyway, so my sister has this disease called cystic fibrosis. Here I go with the left hand. It caused her to have cirrhosis of the liver, but it's okay. She had a liver transplant. She's doing great now. The donor, not so well. He's not really there anymore. But it's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything that asshole did in his life is totally absolved. Now my sister's a crackhead. Last time I was on the stage, my band was playing this show. It was a scam by some promotion company to get money. Turns out Kill Tony did better. I paid $20 for my ticket, and I got 60 seconds to tell you. That's my time.
Yes, you're close. Everybody that's ever tried that has always failed. Everybody that's written in. Fat Dan, how are you, man?
I'm doing great, man. I have not been this nervous in a long time.
Really? What was your last checkup?
No. I don't go to the doctor. I avoid that spirit.
You don't go to the doctor? When's the last time you've been to a doctor?
I went for a tetanus shot when I cut myself at work. That was about 6 months ago.
Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty sad. Cut yourself at work.
Why would that be that, President?
So, also true. I can't argue.
How did you know that?
Don't ask me how I know. Don't know things. United States.
All right, let's get back to Fat Dan. It was not as fat as I was hoping he was gonna be, by the way. I mean, you're fine having Fat Dan. You're just as fat as everybody. You might as well in Omaha. You might as well just call yourself regular Dan.
I don't know. It was like a wild thing that is so low.
This really is a pretty big city, right? I mean, I've only been here literally for about 2 hours. I've already eaten an entire bag of candied bacon.
Welcome to Omaha. What was that? I haven't been there. I need to try it.
So Fat Dan, let's talk about it. First time ever doing stand-up? Yes. How about a hand for that? First time ever doing stand-up. You have months to live, people. Months to live.
Come on, guys. Let's round of applause for my last 4 months.
All right. Everything
Right.
you say. Fat Dan, what do you do? What do you do for work? He does this thing a lot where he goes to smile to his face a lot. Like that. Oh. All right. All right. Fat Dan, answer the question.
I work maintenance at a retirement.
Whoa. Have you ever pushed an old lady out the window?
Yeah. No. I really want to sometimes. No, I have not.
Now, you said that the lady that you hooked up with was very vocal.
Yes.
Did you have all of your weight on top of her?
Possibly. And she wouldn't be vocal at all. She was crushed.
And your sister has cirrhosis of the liver.
Correct.
Wow, so that's how loud the speakers here can be. Yeah. My God. Jesus, Brian.
Someone just died on a treadmill at the gym.
Oh my God. All right. So your sister,
she had cystic fibrosis, which caused cirrhosis of the liver.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, there you go. That's the magic word.
Cirrhosis of the liver. There's nothing I like more than air. Oh.
And now your sister's a crackhead?
No, that part's made up.
Oh, why?
Well, she's on a whole bunch of pills and shit. I don't know what she's on. She's not here in Omaha, so I'm not.
Where's she?
Talking to her constantly. Phoenix,
Yeah.
Arizona.
Is that where you're from?
No, I'm actually from here, basically. I grew up in a couple places, but from here.
Yeah. What part of town?
West O. North, south. You want?
Nope. Nobody here.
Sorry.
All these people from Omaha have never heard of where you're from before.
Good.
What do you like to do for fun, Fat Dan?
Me and my friends got a punk rock band.
Really? A real punk rock band? What do you do in the band?
I play guitar and a little bit of vocals.
Yeah, can you give us an example of a little bit of vocals that you might maybe be able to do here tonight? Here, you want some back up punk music or something? Okay, just go a cappella then.
I'll be there in the morning. I'll even be your night. The one in Shining Arbor.
make sure you're doing right. Just let me be your bro.
That's one of the worst things I've heard. I mean, like, normal, like, if I have, like, a normal guy on the street sing, like, a song, I'm not very good at voice programs. I guess so. I guess so. You are a one-man launch. And that's also true. So, um, 100% of the room is fat relatives for sure. Anyone ever call you a king of importance? Damn shame. What is your favorite food? People got fat afterwards. I want to have an HBO subscription. My God. Oh, wow. I mean, we're in a city where, I think I have a chance. Yeah, what are the keys for? What kind of car do you have? Chevy Estate? You're laughing about it. Alright, tell us something else we'd be surprised to know about you. Goddamn, wait, what's the name of their food? Shitty. You fucking nailed it. I love it. Tell us something else we'd be surprised to know about you.
I like to grow hot peppers. I want.
Wow.
Very hot pepper.
Damn.
I apologize. Have you ever had a pepper in your breakfast? Those are really terrible. Here's a new one. Let it not know. One chip down. What's your favorite pepper? Weird taste. Habanero. You chew habanero. What's spicy?
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Pepper is almost the only doctor that man has ever gone.
Also true.
Rosemary, man, you got your first time out of the way. You can hear it here.
My mother called me fat. I got fat. We call it fat because you had faded. You had shitty guys.
It's true, and because we're at the big shitty rat there we go.
Fat kid, everybody. Hey, Kanye's birthday on that.
Right. June 8th. Shit. So, your THC outside. Your hands good for your Canadian Tracy Calvin. Charles Calhoun. 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 Jerry Calhoun.
Trying to sell. Was it worth the fun?
Donald Trump, we're gonna start with you on this. Wow. Kilimanjaro. I don't know where to begin. You first by Kilimanjaro. Each one of your weigh 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Like you're weighing down. Obviously very weird. A submarine or something. You get injured and this is coming down on 91. Let's talk about it. You're a mechanic and cars fell on you at one period of time. Nice to meet you. First of all, Rothschild,
Charles,
very good.
Reese.
You explained about seeing here now. Like scoliosis or something. You don't want to talk about it. Right, right. Okay, shit, let's just bring up your greatest voice. What have you what's your biggest what did you rob that time? Remember? Electronics store? Can you explain what you go to the weapon? It's all very interesting. I hope you know that everything you were like find out more. I want you to be comfortable. I want you to trust me to run this interview for you. I want to find out. Let's just start. Let's go back. Just where did we just stay that? back there. First spot you can. Yeah, I mean, we're so interested in this. I can't believe it. What were some of those? Let's cover some of those, and then I'll decide if I want to go back to work. That sounds fair, right? Calvin, you're killing it. I don't think you realize how likable sure, how long? First time ever. There you go. Absolutely. Calvin, tell you get the hands back. He wants to get the way. He learned it. What? Okay, Jesus, I'm just getting started with you. Fucking Calvin. But you got out. I love it. I love it. What part of the city? I'm telling you right now, I don't like the way you got different. I don't know where but I take it easy on this guy. Calvin, how far is the city from here? Hour drive? What else have you been up to since you were there? How long have you been sober for? Wow, that's amazing. Was there something that helps you that you lean on or anything like that? What did you learn? What did you study? Did you just say that everybody thinks that everybody knows is smart? Right. I mean, those guys speak Brisbane, Shawshank Redemption, but go ahead. Yeah. That reminds me of hey, someone, I'm pretty sure, again, 100% of this room, I bet, thought that maybe for a second that you didn't know again with a K. So big and passionate about it, and the whole setup was so bizarre that we figured you could go anywhere with it. Right, you just like to say the word all the way through. And again, you don't like it. Alright. Yeah. Calvin, you've been out of 95? Back. Wow, 10 years for alright, good. Alright, shit, you wanted to talk about it. Here we go. Next one. Tell us about every time you say that makes us think you definitely did it. Again, you seem pretty in touch. Every once in a while, about 15% of your stuff, just like, what? No, it doesn't. That was one of them. Every time you say bum rap, we're just like, oh, Siri. Was it an hacker or an actualize? Oh my God, Red. Wow. You having a delay button or something like that? Like, I cannot believe that's a class number. Yeah, well, how far did you get away with that? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. We're gonna, yeah, yeah, I'm ready. What happened? I'm sure, like, a pan flat or did you know the guy or mainstream? We are at the bar. This is true. It's did you actually see and struck multiple punches? do you do for a living? Back for the interview all the time. All good shit happens 18 minutes into the interview. Is there anything else? I want you to become like not want to murder. You're right. We're gonna send you to another 15. No, okay, there he goes. Calvin Charles Calhoun. Look, I think that's fucking quick from you. They love you now. That was really odd. I take a lot of grief sometimes. Even I love long when I think that there's more to them. I have no regrets about that one. How about just one more time for Calvin Charles Calhoun? That was awesome. It reminds me of like one Stanford vibe. Yeah, very cool. Make a right. Damn, look at her. Wow. How many times a day do you have to unlock that? Oh, prison. Not smiling, by the way. Not saying not that was funny. This is really cool, actually. This guy all the way show in yesterday. He's brother of one of our favorite managers in comic sports. Actually, works with us every Monday as manager. He helps Unseen Heroes. He manager at the comic for one of our favorite people. This is his brother. He's been signing out. Signed up last night. He drove all the way here today. This is definitely a first ever minute of this. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a comedy debut. Billy Nelson, everyone. The brother of our good friend. Here he is. Come on, one more time for Billy, everyone.
So this girl looked at me. She says, she don't let me make it everyone. I mean, we're born that way. And I said, all right, listen, Lady Gaga. We're also born shitting ourselves. And then we got to a certain age, we realized that's just not what people like. Okay? I mean, so that you use that same argument. It's not funny. It's just bullshit yourself. You're in a bar, you're like, all right, guys. Probably wondering why we're in this diaper right now. Hey, wait, this shit might not hear me out. No, we're all born shitting ourselves. Ain't no reason we should be allowed to shit ourselves whenever we want. Right? I think most of you ain't into that, right? Yeah, say both. There's always one weirdo looking back. Some creep in the back of the bar by himself. You shit yourself. He turns up and like, I know exactly how to handle that one. Right side, all you gotta say to him is,
Hey, look at that. What? Oh my, where crickets? Wow. That, okay. All right, Billy. She worked for a radio station. I guess you guys have still have good sex for 40 years. Yeah. Yeah, you said yeah and no. Wow. I gotta be honest, yeah. Did it happen? Yeah, how do you do that? Oh, okay. What's some of your favorite stuff to masturbate?
Yes, when was your last?
Why healthy? Your favorite stuff to masturbate to me, like search box. No, I wasn't Billy, I wasn't winking at you. I was winking at Chris McDonald. Wow, we have a seem like a good guy. Might you shit, I don't know if I trust. Come on, tell us dirty shit. Give us a good one. Big back? The truth, I really like your input more than anything. Big butt, butt over. Big butt. I mean, a lot of I imagine you type search a big butt, perhaps a lot of from what I've observed in life, perhaps a lot of black women who come up on the screen. Are you attracted to black women, or are you really you don't like ever? Has your wife ever caught you jerk? Really? You don't jerk off. You just do it right in front of her. You ever go right next to her and just squirt the load on her when you're done? Wow. There you go. Well, Billy, so one thing we've been doing tonight is I thought like it first time everybody stand up and you have I love it.
After doing this,
Yeah.
like the last month, I was saying out loud, right?
Yeah.
My brain.
And again, I'll tell you the same thing that I told Calvin and pretty much everybody. You know what I mean? Like talking about sort of like Lady Gaga and dance from it. Listen, you want to know the shit that we fucking sort of like, I don't know if I should fucking talk about it. You know what I mean? Tell us something about your brother. When you back to Los Angeles, where all the memories are his brother. So, tell us that one shit. How about that? He's not gonna have it. Go ahead. Go ahead. There you go. So, I have a girlfriend in common, and we've been together for a bunch of years, you know, so, it works, so we don't get a chance to go out a lot. We have a great, we're having a good time. George Beach said, yeah, just a love for man. And, you know, we have for 2 years, that's what we need, right? Probably. But I mean, I'm single now, so it's whatever. You know, it's hard out here, you know, when you're dating and everything like that. Especially like dating websites. Like, you know, I'm trying to think of a catchy line going like, you know, stuff here. I narrowed it down to 50 Shades of Visionary. And that's going to you. Also, sorry, wrong. Those are my main two. You know, and also I just graduated college. Nice. Like Brooke, so being even a poor student, trying to take harder. You know, just the fact that you know, I mean, I'm really like I'm so broke, and you know, you're the same two batteries for everything you have in your house. You know, like remote control, facial trimmer. Now you know, my Aaron Jensen Robert. So Aaron Jensen. Wait, Michael Jensen. Like 2 seconds ago. Sure. Come on up there. Come on up here. Come on up here. I need that North. I got a Georgia too. Okay. Okay, relax. Relax. The time is up. All right, super quick. Take a breath. Look at you. Why do you keep pointing at her? Yeah, we know you've been living with your whole life. We know that you know. Hey, I always said, God told me he's gonna make fun of this. I know that. Why did I tell you? Why did I tell you? This is your guys' girl. That would be maybe like you were. Oh, that's true. Really? And now you're not gay? Really? She fucked that guy next to her? Because no, you all weird looking at before. Oh, now she's shaking her head now. You people, no, you don't say no like that. Like that. Guys, yes. Doing the old fuck, you know, old fucking rap. You know what I mean? No, it never happened. No, no way. Fuck out of here. Fucking guy. I still can't figure out exactly what the fuck he looks like. Something. It's like something like young or something like that. Yeah. Something very cartoony. Oh, I know what it is. It's the fucking it's Baby from Family Guy. Dewey. Yeah, you look like Dewey, right? Fucking the shit out of me. Not really, it is not really. Aaron Jensen Robert. Really your birthday? June 8th. Wow. Yeah, no, I know. You said they were you pointed people when they're right about it. How old are you here? 31. 31? I know. I look at you. I know. Okay, well, Aaron Jensen Robert. So 31 is your birthday. You share a birthday with me, Kanye West, and many other micro geniuses in the world. What do you do here? I'm actually in a graduate meeting. Wow, physical therapist. So like what type of physical therapy are you talking about? Like athletics or you know, I mean when I was working in the hospital, like you know, I think it's part of right. So I think it's really I mean meeting both sides is kind of like that but I mean I probably I did a rotation at the hospital. The cube sitting is good I'm like that's really cool. What do you like to do for fun? Wow. That might watch. Right. Right. Easily made with the Mexican rice or something like that. Okay. I like this guy. All right. you're not able that's what I thought.
Live show. It'll never work, people. It never, ever work for you. Period. Just in peace, everyone.
Hold on, wait. You know, I'm gonna give him a good reason. First of all,
That guy.
I don't understand how fans of this show
I even have
all
like an hour and a half.
but anyway, how about one more time? Good loud. For here we go. For anything can happen. Sometimes it's someone's first time, sometimes it's a local comedy band, sometimes it's a hero, sometimes. How many of you like when comedians do fun shit? How many of you like it when people bomb on the show? All right, I'm holding in your first comedian, getting us started tonight. Showing some love goes by the name of Fox. Here we go. Wow. One more time for Ethan Fox. So I just want to start out by Iowa. Iowa. That's right. And it's actually something by our state there treat it like goddamn notes. I'm just sitting there like, fuck's sake, Mark. I'm pretty sure they tell Florida half the price. Speaking of Florida, you might hear it for that text. Larger versus. So that's not like not only are you getting your rocks off, but you're also getting your keyboard off. God knows. Let's back that might be it for me. All right, you getting out of here, eat dogs, everybody. Yeah, good topic there. So, Ethan, you talk about the fair. You go on East Siders night? Sometimes I don't make it. Oh, wait, what? What? I just blow your mind? That's not forever. Didn't even fucking laugh. Okay. Shock. All right, let's go back to stand up here. By the way, it's talking back short. You know, in the Midwest, it is continuing. It transmuted only on the Midwest or Kansas, Des Moines, and yeah, Omaha, correct. You born and raised here in Des Moines? Yeah. And Ethan, you talk about having a larger woman. Are you the larger woman that you have sex with? Sex a lot? I don't. No. No. When's the last time you had sex? Actually, you still have some pubes on your chin. I'm surprised. 2.5 years. Why do you think that is? Why do you think it's taking you so long? Let's check out Brooklyn. Yeah. She really was a big girl, huh? She actually was one of the smaller ones. Wow. One of the smaller ones. Yeah. A lot easier to get your first by a non-fat chick. Spanish picture. That chick pick your heart. You're like, whatever. Yeah. And you probably can't. All right. How do you keep rating? How long were you with for? That's good. 5, 6. Oh wow, that's a long one. Really, price you like that long. So how did it end? What did you do? She got you. Wow, how did you find out? That's just she do it right. It's actually good. She fucking rough. We are in Des Moines, everybody. We have arrived. Party has begun. So make brother party a while. And you know who she cheated on you with? Not personally. Not personally. No, it's usually a gym trainer. So and he's so you not. Oh, okay. It's fine. Hell yeah, it's bitch. What do you do for work? What do you do for work? I actually wow, that's hardcore. Anything? You have any Jack Ripper special? I might. I think Jack might want to go. If it's we love rap here, and you look absolutely like a great rapper. Let's do it. Just sing it. My own stuff. Okay, sure. Cover from Ethan Hawke. Make some noise for him. Here he is. Auctioneer style rap, if I've ever heard. Wow. It's techno. Kansas City, football around, right? Considered local. You consider where we're from and what this part of the country is. Wow. Well, man, congratulations. You had your first time on stage tonight. You got to rap a little bit, and we found out all about you. You know, have fun out there, dude. Is this something you see yourself doing more often? I would love to hear. You ever think about shaving that fucking, or is there like a bat, a scar, or a bird mark or something? High school, I had this all the way on the sideburns, and I realized that absolutely awful. So now you just like balls back up. See, that. So you went from absolutely awful to slightly less awful. Exactly. Wow. Well, Ethan, I would say fucking try something else. Like, why? Get out there and be your confidence back. Don't let that whole 30 horse step your heart from you. Alright? It's only 6 months. You should be okay right now. Use this as a starting point for a whole new outlook on life. If you can handle this, get the show started, going on first show like this, you should be able to talk to any of these goddamn sick parents going on anyway, you know? There you go. Eat frogs, everybody. By the way, only the ugly girls will think that joke's funny. So be careful. If you're not smiling at that lady, yikes. Then you probably look like Ethan Hawke. There you go. Pretty sure he had on. Yeah, he was rocking the. He like. Wow, this is interesting. This is the guy that was just pulled out of the bucket in Kansas City. He came last night to Omaha, signed again, not pulled out. Obviously, he came from Des Moines, Iowa. He just got lucky again. The guy that's been on the show, I think, 3 times. Once traveled to Nashville, drove to Nashville, didn't get up, traveled to Houston, didn't get up. Here he is. Trey Thompson, everyone. Come on. Here he is. Guy, spit in her mouth. She loved him so much, she wanted to date the guy after. I was hanging out with her. She was cute. Like, Trey, casually. I was like, yeah, absolutely. I stopped talking to him on the saliva that I had in my mouth, and the long talking about it was well. She was like, no, the guy that I want to be with, I want to be with him. But he's still want to casually have sex with friends. I was like, you should chalk it up as a win. Spit in your mouth. Surprised he wants to see what it's up to. Put it this way. I got raped twice in the same piece of wood. She took me to curveball. Like, actually tried my white, white, same sort of. I was so disgusted. Bitch, I spat in her face. That's how I met my wife. Trey Thompson, everybody. Wow, that's it. Get out of didn't make that one. You must be bad in everything. 6'8" and how long was that height then? You were 6'8" at the freshman. You didn't make the fucking basketball. Do you realize how worthless you are?
You try to bump the basketball, maybe stuck your way in there.
Yeah, you can probably still you idiot. Trey, what do you do for fun? Like, what are some hobbies of yours? Like, what about you?
That might be okay.
Play video games. Wow. Fucking exciting you are, Trey. You drove here today straight from Omaha. Saw you last night. How was that? Was drive stop anywhere? Stop off at like John or anything like that? John. Stop off at like a common go. A lot of common go fans out there. That's what I do with the ladies. Having fun. Jack, you dirty boy. You just went straight through? Hell yeah. And you solo? Oh, the art teacher, yes. We found out about the art teacher that he's dating a couple of nights. Yeah, how's that going? Good. Did you drive or did she drive? I drove. Yeah, she accidentally maybe fall asleep on your meter. Wow. What a weird couple you guys are on the barrel. I expect that from an art teacher, but not from you. You ever put your two books together and like you said one chord chorus? Trey, fun minute, man. Anything else that you want to say before you get back? It's been a fun 3-day run.
Interesting fact about me, I came with no hands when I was a child.
Really? You came with no hands when you were high on mushrooms?
No, I was not much large. They're all my happening. So I got mushrooms. I was just looking at my daughter, and I came like a drop. Yeah, I have no idea.
Can I tell you something? If you come looking at a penis, even if it's your own, you're gay. I call it. So I'm glad. Found out it's that tonight that you're not actually a lesbian, you're a gay man. Congratulations. Right? How about another hand for Trey Saunders, everyone? Came up to me after the show. Oh, fuck. Stand up now, I sort of regret that. Now I'm getting a couple more times to Trey Saunders. The only human being who actually doesn't want so we have the someone do like well, the name of the very Jeff Lynch, everyone. Here we go. Jeff Lynch. We're gonna be coming any second here. Here he comes. Here we go. Come on, one more time for Jeff Lynch.
And bring it to him. It's like, man, not that. What do you got as fat guy? Like, you get active from like doing athletics, not from like forgetting where your socks or security on. I got asked to go out to Vietnam and not have to eat it. I got communist. Everybody. I think I am okay. I think so. But in a very communist country, I don't shit, and I realized that it's kind of human shit. Now China, but you know, it's human shit too. But so that's really like capitalist communism. Big apps, so you don't have shit. But whatever, that's all I got.
Wow, Jeff Lynch. Hell yeah. Fun, buddy. Grab that microphone. Look at this. World travel. Jeff Lynch, huh? My goodness, you look like you've never left the void one actually did you talk about it. I'm not really bad. I don't want to get stepping into everybody at that place, but I don't let the pocket. It's like all like anti-fun stuff. Like really the one of the I want that like a extreme ship. Almost mind like just the other time go better. The other time where this is better. Stay back. You can basically you can get the reaction you got your play. Hold on, at your play. Run by your wife. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe your wife's laughing at the thing. She laughed hard. What did she do? Oh no, it's a good thing. Jack Ripper. This guy, he keeps jumping like he's not angry. Every time he asks a question, all right. So, Jeff, you know what I mean? Like, if your family or something like that, parents go together, everything's normal, child. Yeah, what's it like to be the son of mom? There you go. They don't agree with it. Yeah. It's not probably where he's retired. Where's that after you're from? Way up north. Population about 8,000. Oh my God, you might be one of the best comedians in Charleston, Iowa. Time doing comedy and he's already ready to take himself like one of the great.
called a hijack. Anyways, speaking of porn, it's like incest porn's on the rise right now, and I don't personally appeal, but I think it's fine as long as they say no promo. Anyways, it's a great novel, but like my second favorite channel vehicle, my first ever had me a segment. So Copy is great. I love when the movies are like kind of sad press. I mean, it just a little more bitter.
Oh yeah, Gorilla everybody. How everything has changed. I immediately love you so much more than the last guy. Normally I'm not a normally I'm pro like anti, I guess, I think, but you know what? You have a good reason to do your career and you still wanted to try out jokes and I fucking love that. I respect the hell out of that. So that's true, you're a professional pilot? Say that again? Exactly, yeah. I want to be a commercial pilot so bad. Like, how long have you been doing that for?
About 2.5 years.
2.5 years. When's your next flight?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, where are you
I'm
going?
doing some survey flight.
You're going tomorrow morning?
All over Illinois area.
Oh, just circle. Like, you're just like doing the small John.
No. I do survey work.
Survey.
Yeah, I do the various farmland stuff all day on that.
Oh, survey. Yeah, surveillance. Sorry, got you. Alright, that's cool. And you've done that for a couple years?
Just doing it for the summer right now.
How'd you learn how to fly?
My mom's a pilot qualified 737. She's currently in training for that.
That's fucking cool.
Hey, a little boner now.
Yeah. Did anybody else not invest in a monkey talking about that? Jack, it's not really a monkey. What do you mean it's not a monkey? It's wearing a mask.
I have a question for you. So, if you feel like like, got really good at that, be able to have getting a chance to fly a plane. Yeah, anyone can really fly a plane.
Yeah, the guy, it actually happened. That guy hijacked the plane in Seattle. That thing that happened. Everybody knows about that. Right, man. Wow. Anyway, talk about you, Gorilla. You have a girlfriend or anything? Okay, right now. Yeah. Is it something that you think benefits you being a pilot? Like you get to meet people, or you just sort of keep landing at the same airport? It seems like, right?
Well, surveys have one area, but all over Illinois. But no, I enjoy it. It's fun meeting people.
I agree. Gorilla is also the best looking comedian on the country tonight. I mean, it's sort of great. Almost 50 people are here, and I am a Gorilla at attractive gentleman like Brad Pitt of Moy Iowa. So, Gorilla, you've been single a while?
Yeah, about 6 months now.
Yeah. What happened 6 months ago? You cheated on the right?
Well, I found this guy's sister, brother,
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah. What happened? Were you in a relationship?
Yeah, it was about 6 months into a relationship. You know, it just, I knew I was looking for work, so I didn't want to string anyone along. I've been along in a distance relationship before, it just didn't work out.
Right. What do you do when you're not flying planes? Any other hobbies or anything like
I
that?
actually rolled
Whoa, really? You bring rollerblades? You have rollerblades here right now? Really? I don't even know what to make of do with them, but like, I don't know.
and the last guy got so offended when I asked to get hot sauce and pickles. See, this guy, 6 years ago in a hockey rink in the middle of Canada, Lloydminster, Alberta, for Joe Rogan, and I met him from that. I said, one day I'm going to come down, I'm going to come to the comedy store. I'm really going to do this show for a very good minute. Not quite the comedy store, but here we are, Des Moines. There you go. Clean maker. Yeah. Is that true? I think Lloydminster. Yeah. We were in the back hallway. Hey, gorilla. Heck yeah, the people are loving it already. Gorilla is going back and forth on Rothschild. It has begun. Got a very good, he might fall. One boy has got a little stripper pole back there. A gorilla side stripper pole. My goodness, it's exciting. You signed a copy of my Bert Kreischer book. Oh, very cool. Heck yeah. I'm guessing it did have a cover on it. I don't think it did. Bert Kreischer shirt for you. Shirt off a lot. Wait, you are Canadian, and this is a 12-hour drive? Yeah, here's 6 shows, but we got to Minneapolis. Wow, that is so fun. You're going to stay in the country, so if we go to LA tomorrow, what are you going to do? We're going to catch the fish rods now. We're going to go to the, Wisconsin Mountains, just go to Lake State Park. My girlfriend, she does not want to be here. She listens to the podcast, and it gives her anxiety. It's a long time to learn how to listen to what you're listening for, so she's going, Tony, it's like talking to Brian comedian, and I have to listen to my phone down after that. She's, who says that? Who says Tony is the talking right? Okay. What did you say? I checked it out. Check out the chat. So did you say your girlfriend is here in the house? She's watching the Stanley Cup final to see what the loser who's Stanley Cup. You want to score update? So I told her, I don't have Wi-Fi here though. You talked a lot about your girlfriend. She went, she had to stop it. She took a good long shower at the Airbnb today, so I couldn't compare the meter. Damn, very interesting. Are you planning on getting any of this pussy? I'm on my way over. It's part of the call number last. Wow, my goodness. You were one of the most confident Canadians I've ever met in my entire life. And you're talking about how some people keep you in and beat the chain, brother. Canadian jams over here. Tell us more about you, Clayton. For a living. I'm a radio technician up in Winnipeg, so similar story to Jeremiah, where we're 40 radio. I come at 5 a.m. every day, do the weather on air, and work with newspaper programs, but exercise my creativity, but performance skills. You know, be in one of those wacky morning radio. 95.9 FM. Yeah, we are. You're listening to. Wow, you're right. I'm the technician, so I can all the music, I can all the buttons. Canadian morning radio. What do you expect to do with radio network? Radio happening. I don't know about getting a radio. Be happy to hear on the #1 live podcast in the world. I think there will be. There's a lot of people that media, like the entire industry. Yeah, exactly. I get a chance to tell a lot of good stories, and we can focus those on longer formats. So maybe a podcast is good to go. Yeah, great. I like your style. It might be my next go. What else about you? I host an experimental radio show as well on the college stations with a lot of like power electronics, voice music, and I play a little bit of that as well. So a lot of harsh noise and stuff. You play any music yourself? Yeah, noise experimental, so like synthesizers. And I mean, like you play the instrument that noise. Yeah, it like adds that. I'm working on black metal right now with solo black metal. Wow, black metal. You like black metal? Wow. Hey, how long you been with this girlfriend here? It's been 1.5 years. Going great now that we moved in together a couple months ago. Yeah, 1 5 work.
just dirty in your conversation. Heck yeah. Just,
Could you give us an example?
yeah, do you remember anything you said when the, hey, whoa, you're not part of the show at all, I promise. Don't yell at me.
I'm really worried about the jokes I'm doing up here. I got a couple out. She's like, catch them real fucking life.
It's like, what?
She's like, I really have stuff in my seat. I'm talking about it. You can't tell people about it. They got some safety thing.
That was really the piece of the worry.
I don't want to spoil the rest of it. We've got a long out.
Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Yeah, gorilla. Yeah, I love it. Kind of curious gorilla on rollerblades, only here in Des Moines, Iowa.
Hey, can you tell one more joke, but like the gorilla go behind him so he thinks he's getting the laugh?
Yeah, gorilla.
Really funny.
Gorilla. He hit punchline. Come out. I fucking love gorilla.
I'm going through a breakup right now. My girlfriend doesn't know about it quite yet. I'm gonna do all the emotional work first and let her figure it out later.
All right, let's keep it moving along. There's Wayne Baker, everybody. He's following us around all week. That's a real fucking joke, Tony. Come on, put your hands together for him. How about no, I don't have. Are you comfortable up here? You having fun? You chilling? A little hot? Yeah, back it up. What? Yeah, well, what do you need? Just put a hand together for gorilla, everybody. You can back to your feet. There you go. Looks a lot like behind Jeremiah walking, by the way. Sort of frightening. You know that Jeremiah might be a long-lost brother.
I don't know, Emma.
How about one more time? Oh, wait. Change it forward, please. Indeed. Last thing we wanted is a gorilla breaking the show. All right, pull a name out of the bucket. Make the voice for Earl Powell, everyone. Oh, where is he? Inside. Left side. Earl Powell. Lots of energy. I love it. Come on, one more time for Earl Powell, everyone. Going on.
So my girlfriend says I can never really shave my head. I wonder why. She just said I look like a crackhead. I thought it didn't showed up. So Frog comes to pay. So Frog has to make it alone. They have to make money after they make it alone. Thank you, I just whacked. Because, you need a collateral. Because we're getting a little short for time. And she was kind of very cute. She also has what to say.
So you live here in Des Moines, Iowa?
Yeah.
How did you find out about the show or whatever?
My friend brought
Oh yeah. And this was your first time doing stand-up comedy?
no,
Don't laugh like that.
I followed him for one thing.
What'd you say?
I thought
First one. Where was that at?
the last line.
That's here in Des Moines?
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
I was the last one.
How long have you been raising fund for? 2 years. How much longer can you get them off?
July.
July. And you really have a girlfriend?
Huh?
How long have you been with her?
Yeah, when did you build it?
What?
I said, when did you build it?
Is she a robot?
I just put on the storm out.
Where'd you meet your girlfriend at?
Yeah. And then I came and I went.
That's true?
Yeah.
Wow. Is she working Chris?
I came and I left.
You're Joan or?
Oh yeah, I'm getting home.
Yeah. So where'd you meet her? Were you going with her?
Yes, we're looking right.
And then you were getting what? Some Sour Patch Kids or something?
M&M. But Jim pickup line, I run first, but I can't run a car.
Yeah. So how did it go down? She asked you for your ID and you asked her for your number? Yeah. How'd it go down?
I asked for a number. Well, I left. And I was like, damn, I sure got a number. My buddy, Miguel, he's like, took a number and looked. And I went, got a number?
While looking at the audience, can you give an example of what like you asking for a girl's number? You just look at him like you her and ask for her number.
I go, hi.
Hey, look at that. Pretty good. Heck yeah, this lady likes
I
her.
said, you're nervous on stage. Did you do the DTF thing?
Little hair off the block. Hell yeah. So, what are you doing? You going to school or something?
No, I'm in a band.
You're in a band? Yep, maybe you're a band. Yeah, I guess. Much like your comedy. What do you play on so-so? Yeah, just sing it all. Give us a couple lines from the so-so song. You want acapella or should we bring it up on Spotify?
You can have Spotify.
Okay. Catch it. One word. All right, relax. What's the
some skeleton out of your backpack. So you put it on the front side and you tip it down immediately elevate.
Have you ever done that?
Oh no,
Oh wow.
I don't.
Damn. Yeah. All right, Earl. Well, I mean, you're fucking 19 years old. You're not gonna die. You're thinking it formal, man. Yeah, you're doing things that most people do their whole life. Starting at your age, and you already have a start. So, excited to see you again. Ciao, you. Earl Powell, everybody. On one. Julia Michaels, right? From Iowa. What a handsome man here. Iowa song. All right. This fun train moves along. Make noise for Mike Jeckler, everyone. Come on, Mike Jeckler. Here we go. Coming right down the middle. You guys have fun out tonight or what? Here he is. If you want it done right, you do it yourself. That's what I say after I make lunch. I started a fictional Wikipedia page about myself when I drank too much. And according to Drunk Mike, I was once punched in the face by the world champion Joe Chestnut after I called him a human for a couple of big scraps. And as Drunk Mike, I have an advice column for couples, mediums, and relationships called Timing So We Can Talk. According to Drunk Mike, I'm a girl not so I can maintain perfect record. Okay, 50 seconds from Mike Jeckler. There you go. Mike, you got the before, am I correct? Started in February here in Des Moines. When I was where you're born and raised.
No, I'm military bred. I was born in Hawaii, where my mom raised was. And lived here, back and forth, been here in California since then.
Oh, very cool. And you here now mostly?
Yes.
Why is that?
Why? Well, I love Iowa, actually. I live in California. I lived in California as an adult too, but being from one side of town to the other, 25 minutes for that.
That is pretty dope.
Thank you.
It's pretty dope. Some of us think
From town,
but that's all that matters to you. Getting from one side of town to the other. Sure. Yeah, buddy, you got it. You're right. Don't ever leave here. Never get that. Absolutely 100%. 25 minutes from one side of town to the next. What do you do for work, Mike?
I am transitioning. I should have started a job. Congratulations on Friday. Good job. I was, ingredients, now I'm doing digital circuit sales. So, we're
You're getting out of the animal what?
animal feed ingredients.
Oh wow, what does that mean? Like what is that entail? Job?
Taking chemicals, animal feed here in Iowa and Northeast. Yeah, not boring.
Right. What do you do for fun?
I stand up perform. I do music in my free time.
What do you do with music?
I have a little home studio in Texas. Here in Spotify.
Right. What do you do? You just work with computers and no instruments?
Yeah. No, yeah. Now I do that. I started personal fun.
Very cool. Very cool. You got a girlfriend, married?
No, not married. Things and
How long have you been seeing them for?
probably 3 or 4 months now.
3 or 4 months now. Does she know?
What she do?
she really does. Oh, she does art. I do. Very good. Very good. She gets me. And yeah, man. Oh yeah. They're using this wine. That shit right. Oh, where'd you meet? For a long time. Oh, that's great. Location. I can drive across that location in 25 minutes. That's for sure. Oh, okay. That's dancing on again. Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, that's cool, Mike. That's a lot of fun. Normal family. Parents still together? No. How long have they been divorced? Great. Don't know the first one at all for years. My stepmom and my mom just made the government here. Wow, yeah, and totally. Yeah, totally. She's not the airport not a lot right now. Late, so she might be she watch for graduating from high school and her like gotcha. What scares you? What are you afraid of? Some heights. Don't like heights. Really? Yeah, my grandpa liked the sheet ladders when I'm out at ranches. And I don't yeah, I get that. I love that. I love it. You grew up with like strength yes. Yes. My dad was pretty strict early on and mom was really strict later on. And now they're both dads I knew like really around now. No, not really. Maybe for a period of time there. And when you just kind of grow up and realize like you guys are just figuring this shit out too. Yeah, France was very bad. Yeah, I was Marine. I was Marine. My brother sent me every out. Wow. You're a goddamn American hero. Look at that. Badass motherfucker. You ever go overseas? Yeah, I did. Rock and I did my work at work. Wow. Fucking amazing. Incredible. That's wild. You went to Afghanistan with your new couple. Actually, 9/11. A little fun fact for you. You didn't even think the shit up. I know that when you came to school. Now 9/18, you're interview card. Fun fact for you. So, yes, as a Marine, so you have technical training like yes. Okay. Could we perhaps? Yes. But I'm going to hit the one line and see what happens. Yeah. And you just perhaps install one of those without hurting them. Yeah, don't hurt them. Don't hurt them. I like you check in live. I'll get run out. You just want to show us Jack the Ripper with me, the serial killer. Here we go. You guys excited about this? Mike Kessler, son of a Marine, brother of a Marine, self a Marine. Yeah, he's got a cane, but he's got a try with that knife. Totally real knife. Here he comes walking around. Just a little old man. Don't worry about being excuses until you have me change. Wow. Jack the Ripper tried to aspartame the guy's head with his hands out and nose. Jack the Ripper took a shot at him with his knee in the leg. Mike called it in pro wrestling when you don't react on something. And then we went from slow motion to extremely slow motion on that stab. I thought you were going to my head from behind you. Really? No, I should have broken my arm. You put my Look at it. Look how I did. I love it. How proud you were acting on Ryan. Mike, I loved your style, man. So, little hints of, somebody impressed. You had energy. You had well written jokes. I love what you're doing, and you keep doing it. fucking go. Mitch Davis, everyone. Mitch Davis. Here he is. One more time for Mitch. Okay. Let's start off here with Nebraska. It's very big, right? And gay people, we're good, right? We like them. That's right, semi truck. Yeah. Long routes. Oh, very cool. So you just you drive all around Des Moines, get from one side to the next 25 minutes. See the world. Get any better? Get that Tokyo. You ever get the white one? Yeah. Look at this audience fake clapping right now. That's fucking only meters. I fucking love. How long you been married to a white woman? 5 or 6 years. Heck yeah. She Nick, she was on one of your comedy tracks. She's in Iowa too. Wow. What is the ice cream capital of Iowa? Damn. Like, yeah. And where do you meet her at? School. Junior college. I didn't want to say it. Junior college. What do you think about Harvard drug driving? Online. I love it. And what were you studying in junior college? Back then it was bullshit. Yeah. Hey, what did you study? Pretty much. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. And I'm on cover. One hard final. You want to have fun on that Sunday? Like, good. Hell yeah. And wow, that's interesting. And you've been with white women before, right? Yeah. Have you ever been with a black woman? Is there something about white women you prefer over a black woman or girls? Wow, that's legit. I couldn't have said it better myself. I always say that the women are beautiful creatures, even the ones in Des Moines, Iowa. The poor creatures, they are beautiful. So beautiful creatures. I love it when I look out and feel myself not laughing. Like, I don't get it. No, I don't think I feel like you don't laugh at it. That means you're ugly. I'm gonna show him. Yes, Jack the Ripper. Yeah. The only difference is white is Colorado and black was Colorado. Hello, you're in your hometown, Dylan. You got the got spot allotted for you. Tell us more about you. What else, Hello? Anything else interesting? What the heck? I used to work security. I was security for Young Jeezy. I had no fucking yeah, no policy break me. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh shit. My brother got the job and I already accepted it. I can't tell my shit would work. You have to get that checked out pretty quick, or else they I know I had a stroke. What is it from stress? I'll tell you, it's a long time. I smoke off, and I smoked weed out of the time. I made a ball. Don't do that, okay? Oh my god. 2 days later, I woke up and had my face. You smoked iPod, pretty much. Pretty much. Wow. Dumb shit. Wow. And that's the last time you ever whitewashed. That's great. Like, oh, anything out a way to squeeze you up out of the comedy store sometime. How about that? There you go. Halloween, everyone. There you go. Hell yeah. So much fun. This guy Donald Trump, 6 or 7 times last night on stage out of nowhere. What perfect time for him to come up right after that Anthony Berry electro. Absolutely. Absolutely. That guy before would have found out he was gay, he would have been furious. What are you gonna do? Right? What are you gonna do? Tell him you don't like him? Back to that? Hey, I don't like your thing. Or, something that somebody my Halloween and he was mad one too. Anyway, that's one of the name of the book was for Cody Banks. Everyone, Cody, motherfucking Banks. There he is.
I don't want to be human trafficked, but I do want to travel the world. I want to find know that girls sure have was I'm a 26-year-old mom, so I'm basically 18 mom out there. All right. I love being a dad. I like my kid new toys. Um, like my educational toys. You know, we found a letter box to teach them letters, number blocks, numbers, and finding Nemo number where it spins Nemo around in a circle to teach them to avoid simple.
Fuck yeah, Cody Banks. Coming in. Great job. You've done it before.
Yeah.
How long you been doing stand-up?
Like 3 years.
Awesome. I love it. Good point.
Started here and I wrapped it up.
Where's C-Rap at? How far is that from here?
It's like 2 hours east.
Was there comedy club up there?
Yeah, I had an album there on Wednesday.
Oh, very cool. Wow. And that is so cool. And you work regularly at that club? You pay for the house empty or how does it work?
I got the house empty. I went for
Very cool. Very cool. What's the side note for it?
it smells.
Wow. Like a high school gym class.
Right. They call it City of Pine Teeth. Or like five smells. So
Gotcha. Very good. What made you move there?
I'm from there. I lived here for 2.5 years. Started college. Had a kid and decided to get back around.
And you're 26. How old's your kid?
It's 15 months.
Thank goodness you said right. And you're still with the baby mama?
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. How long have you been married for?
Almost 7 years.
Wow. Right. That's incredible. What does she do?
She's a barista.
Very
good at
it. What do you do?
I sell cars.
Really? Used cars or new cars?
Used and new.
Really? What, like, with such life, you need one targeted type of automobile?
Ford and Hyundai. Just whatever.
Okay. Let's say, Hyundai. Let's say I was coming in to look for a new Hyundai and I'm a customer and you're standing around not too much to make me. So here I am. I just walked into your store. Here I am. Hi, I'm Tony. Meet you. How's it going?
Not much. I mean, it's pretty good.
You work here?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Can I buy your wife for a moment? Yeah, this is my wife, Jack the Ripper.
Okay.
I'm not doing that. I don't trust this guy. He's not confident at all. Yeah. I thought
side stand out there. So
Someone in the back got a big laugh. My goodness. All right. Well, how much is it gonna cost? Sonata.
people and they're constantly looking for people and what kind of
Well, what kind of vehicle can you get from one side of town to the other in 25 minutes? How long would it have? Sonata good for that. I mean, really, what we're looking for is something maybe, maybe one day be able to, start a family and wow, wow. Improv good for Brian Redman, so when you get finding a little point. I'm starting to think trying to get him to tell me it's not hard to know. I'm starting to think Tony is actually in my gosh. Let's call it acting. Just take a fucking note of it. Tell me it's not
warranties in the class.
okay, how much is the final price?
You want to know?
Yeah, I want to know.
What month will you rent?
Next month.
He just had a birthday today, so he needs to call that beginning of the day. Let me go ask him. Jesus Christ.
Oh, wait. Can I play the manager? Yeah, you play the manager. Go the manager.
Okay. Monday. Okay. We're showing what he's got. Is he a kid or anything like that? Okay.
Okay, can you guys hurry it up over there? I hear you talking. What's the final price?
This is Jack. I just wanted to have him come out and say hi to you.
Wow.
Tony, you look at not an entity. Yeah.
The manager looks a lot like the penguin from the original Batman. Do you need to meet him?
Sorry, I'm just disabled. I'm the game. I think the service comes.
You do?
I think if I don't, I can't provide for my wife and my kids at home.
So what's it gonna be?
So I think you should buy them a day lunch.
Oh. Okay. How much?
You know what? I like you. 40 grand.
40 grand. 40 grand for a Hyundai Elantra. It's such a bullshit I've ever heard in my life. I can buy 2 Tahoes for that.
Oh, okay. Well, then, there you go.
Check for Sonata. Alright, well, you know what? I will take them. Buy a Sonata from you. I'm not getting high for here. Definitely won't. I'll tell you this. 8 months old, and like being a father, it's true, but everybody says is that, it's sort of like something you're like, oh, fuck, stop being like, Daria, or I don't know, perhaps Lydia. He introduced that she actually read the book.
I didn't have a choice. I wasn't 18 yet, and my family that lived here, my grandma was both divorced, was real sick, so my mom's like, we're going to Iowa, and I was like, fuck that. And here I am, years later.
Right, 6 years later, here in Iowa. Minneapolis, Minnesota on Sunday. See New York the weekend after that. Only if you come back on that Monday here at home with Ryan Holtzman. And that Wednesday we fly out to New York. Next night we just added a second show, sold out. Also, the Gramercy Theater. So 2 shows at one night. New York. Get tickets to that second show before everyone at the first show just puts up the door and buy before you can that night. Very exciting. And you want to break some news, Brian? Let's do it. This is one of our biggest announcements ever. You guys excited about this? What about you guys? The upper deck. Are you guys excited to be here at all on a Monday? There you go. To announce a one night only show. One show only, one night only in a venue. It is going to be our biggest audience attended show at once ever at the Fillmore in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We sold out a bunch of shows in Philly early this year or late last year, and we're coming back on a vengeance. And you can shoot by tickets go on sale this Thursday, June 13th at 10 a.m. On the Live Nation banner. You can through and your tickets first. General public, it goes on sale this Friday, 14th at 10 a.m. That's FillmorePhilly.com. Live Nation on Thursday through, and you get it first. Train just keeps going. Great Ryan J. Eva's here tonight, everybody. He's drawing tonight's episode. He draws all the posters. He draws all the road. They're amazing. So fuck out. Yeah, people love these road tour posters. They go to the show, they buy a poster afterwards, we sign them for them when we're on the road. And yeah, it's really exciting. He also designed the Kentucky logo, which is going to be at the tomorrow on a pin. Glow in the dark Sony pins now available thanks to collaboration between Ryan J. and our friends over at Mauricio. Hell yeah. Also, well, here on our Sony, some more bucket that we're going to be using from the end of the board. Got the bucket. try and get a little bit more. She tried to stick a little in, and I was a little nervous about it. But it's all right. Heck, recently I went to the ocean. What? Of all things, right? I just wanted to say hey to Mother Nature. Do you think signal back with the edge? Just wait. Ugh, terrible. Terrible. What is that bad show? I would even start with something. Right? So, well, that's my job. Alex, Rob. Heck yeah, how are you, man? Is this your first time on the show? Wow.
Alex Rob is Rob the one that never allowed.
I mean, I didn't want to correct
Rob, sorry.
you. Have microphone here. You have microphone the whole time. Really? Really? So you gotta work and talk to the microphone. How long have you been on stand-up, Alex? 3.5 years. Look at that. Don't take your mic down.
Wow, not even construction crew like that.
You look like Gene Wilder. I do my best. Gene Wilder. Look out at that audience and they get a good look at you. Things that need to fit out. Right? There you go. I like your look, Alex. You look like it's stretch out, strong, fat. Inside.
He looks like Jeremiah. Jeremiah with a real truck back.
You tell us more about you, Alex. What do you do for work? I actually construction. Really? Wow. Look at that. I built it into like IKEA kitchen. Yeah. My goodness. That's do you call that construction? No, it's not. It's not construction. You know, I told them how Ellen ran talk. That's like that's not right. And my Ellen ran Ellen Henry. My goodness, Alex. So how long you been together IKEA for? Same piece. Same one. The same asshole telling me how to do the whole time. All right, Alex, relax.
How long you been in a while?
All right, Alex, tell us more about you. From Los Angeles? From Wisconsin. You really close to the Appleton area. Very good, very good. Well, that's what everybody looks like there. Unfortunately, yeah. What do you do for fun, Alex? Go to beach volleyball, everything. Like, regular roll. Come on, must be something hobby that you are into that specific to you. Charcoal. Really? Yeah, the whole thing, right? How'd you get into that? I think that's called blackface. My goodness. Do you have a girlfriend? Now you said that's so sad. Nah, you don't want to. Why don't I want to know? Now I really want to know. Now you really want to know. What about? Well, she beat me up. That true, or you like? You're saying it like you're kidding. I'm not. What did she do? Yeah, where'd she hit you? Point on your body. Where'd she hit you? Alex, stop trying to be funny. It's not working. I'm not. It really did fucking happen. Like, tell us. This is a real interview. Or tell us, like, what really happened. Exactly. I mean, I can't get any more. Jesus, like, I can't even do dramatic. Dramatic. Oh, come on. Look. Did you really? How did you lose friends from getting beat up? Because they believe her. Oh, you used to beat up your girlfriend. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. I used to have hair. True, that's what brings you happy. Everybody is now. easy job getting this started up.
I don't even do job laundry.
Let's see what happens next. You guys get it, and clearly anything can happen, and anyone can get pulled out of the bucket. Put your hands together for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Zach Bile. Zach Bile. Hey,
Where you at?
damn it.
Walking about. Here he comes.
Zach Bile.
Guys, multitasking not a problem for me. I just hate getting my mom right to work. That was trying to build trust. It's very hard to build trust when you look like John Benet Ramsey and her killer. So my dad said, "When you gonna cut that hair?" I said, "When that joke stops brushing, probably pretty soon." I grew up before I was actually in a fraternity, only because my college had a fraternity for the financial aid students. Yeah, it was the only frat house in Section 8. Yeah, our letters were EBT. A lot of fun.
There you go. Zach Bile. Look at that. Hell yeah. How about the hand band rock and roll? Hell yeah. So Zach, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. See, first time. Yeah. How long you been with Canada?
3 years.
3 years. Wow. Microphone for your mouth and writing jokes. Not meeting your ex-girlfriend. No, I'm just kidding. That was a lot of fun, Zach. Where you from?
Maybe North Carolina.
Damn, wow, represent. It's like it's fancy up there. Fayetteville. What's that part of North Carolina like?
It's a big military base. There's not a lot going on. I'm just kind of on a army dude.
Is your dad military?
No, my granddad was.
You call it great.
Yeah.
You really are from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Grandpa? Okay. What do you call it? Shut up. Hey, Granny.
Oh, yeah, that's what Jeremiah was.
Zach, you step this way so that you can face the audience.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah. Hey. Really, oh, there's something that he reminds me of. David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth.
Sure, but clear.
Oh, I think what? He was like an expert for Dawson's Creek.
Actually, filmed that in North Carolina.
Wow. Like it was he was laid down doing Dawson's Creek. Discovered face down.
What's your day job? My partner. We're a vampire dad. No, it's super actor partner.
Nice.
Yes. What? Oh, yeah. Joke. Thank you so much. Yeah. Sorry.
How long have you been in Los Angeles?
2 years.
2 years. What how's the transition going for you?
I'm getting used to it.
What's your living situation?
I live with a couple of friends. One guy I live with here, and the other one I went to school.
Yeah. They do.
One of them is sound, and the other one runs like sound design and film and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one runs nonprofit. Pretty much, yeah.
What do you like to do for fun, Zach? Any fun facts about you that you should know about?
Surprise, I'm really skateboarding.
Ah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You ever get hurt? Sorry, ever get hurt? Never broke a bone, but that's great. Sprays.
You ever use credit card while you're skateboarding?
No, never.
Now, what do you call the guy? Pull another name out of the bucket. Let's make some noise for Lorraine Lopez, everyone. Let's see what happens here. Lorraine Lopez. Yeah. One more time for Lorraine.
I just thought that I was a really good swimmer. But it turns out that my grandparents don't cross the border, so I just got cheap. Yeah, water polo. But I'm not your typical Mexican, so I don't have any kids. And to be honest with you guys, at my age, I should be a great grandmother. I just got out of a 3-year relationship. Turns out I was the only one in it. I read a book called Date a Man, Learn to Act Like a Man, so I started to act like a man. Turns out men don't date men unless they're gay. Has anyone else here dated a gay guy for 5 years and didn't know it? Well, my ex-boyfriend, he used to give guys lap dances at the gay bar. He didn't even work there, okay? There was time. Now, we did make love to our baseball cap. Yeah. I just thought he really loved the dog.
Wow. That was really good. A lot of jokes. A lot of jokes. A lot of punchlines. Very good. I like that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Hi, Lorraine. You got a nice play. Jeez, keep your baloney in your pants, though.
Oh, you say you walk away drunk tonight, you gotta back it up. Lorraine, don't worry about this guy for pulling along.
Lorraine, that was awesome. How long you been coming?
A little over a year.
A little over a year, all here in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
So, what made you start?
Um,
Something you always wanted to do, or?
no, I for fun, and now I'm going through a bad breakup, and I got drunk to a mic, and then they was great.
That's how it starts. That's how it goes. You went through a bad breakup, make money competing. You talk about the breakup on Facebook night, like,
I didn't, but I think that I never dated in my 20s, and once I turned 30, I went on a crazy rampage, and yeah, started talking about it.
kind of
I just be very honest.
like the part where Facebook got right for breakup. Yeah. My goodness, so you're a real Los Angeles Mexican.
I am.
Through and through. What part of town were you raised in?
Rich Wanda.
Oh, yeah, even wow. Hey. What are your thoughts on your oh yeah. Dodgers had over construction that. What are your thoughts on our senior correspondent here? All the LA natives. What do you do for work?
Bar. Yeah.
Waitress. Oh, very cool. Is that true about your how much of that's true about your boyfriend being your guy at the gay bar?
I mean, he did work at a gay bar. Yeah. And he loved it. Like, happy and stuff and making a lot of money, making all the money working.
You didn't see that coming out. You didn't think whether like he's like sulking or something like, wow.
disrespectful. You know, at least let me turn around, take a couple steps. Maybe so, man. Every once in a while, I never did this. Every once in a while, I want to jig the handle. You know, like it's not over. You know, dinner was expensive, right? This might come as a shock based on the way I look, but I've never raped anybody. So, yeah, a lot of rape going on. I've never done any of it. So, but you know, I got married as a virgin. All right, perfect one there. There you go, Seth. You did it. Seth, welcome back. Hey, the show before, right? Yeah, a couple times. Great. Did you feel like the best thing you had on the show? Yeah, I think more than yeah. I was just telling Curtis, the manager here, talking about brother named you, like on the show last night in Iowa. And I was telling him about how it's one of my favorite things about the show when you see somebody and they don't know the first time, you know, it gets better. I've seen it a lot with great Afro guy, 52 years old, started started on his show, and time put it together better. So how's it going? How long you doing Canada? Over a year and a half. Over a year and a half. A lot of content background for us. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Most parents, unfortunately, I never watched the show. I just know Ron and she had parents. I was on. You wanted to stay there? No, we can move on. Yeah. Remind me of some of the things we talked about. I found out about you. You're had a particular important talent thing. I am Mormon. That's one thing to come up. Yeah, I'm married. I have two kids. Two of them have a bleeding disorder. Really? Yeah. What's the bleeding disorder? It's called Lancet. It's like you can get right? Different cause, same effect. Where do they bleed out of? Anywhere they get cut. Wherever you get them. Yeah. They bruise really easily, so I can't hit any of my kids. So if they get cut, they bleed a lot. Yeah, their blood does not clot. So they have the platelets, but it doesn't stay around the loop and stuff. It's kind of big like emergency. Yeah, I mean we have Dr. Redman here. I think why? Yeah, I'm gonna carry around. Hey, help you idiot. It's John and Bob. So we have special medication that we have on hand. That was Bob. And then yeah. So we have special medication that we give them when they start to bleed for any reason. They typically have done when they're younger and are teething and biting their tongue or their lip, right? So, wow. Yeah, it was all a lot of, my son, we went to ER twice when he was learning how to walk. He's an idiot, you know, he would fall and balance all the time. Yeah. So we would have to go to the ER, get a blood transfusion when he was just over a year old. Yeah. So one of them, yeah, I have two daughters, and one of them had planned. She's 9 months old. Yeah, we're excited for the teenage years. It'll be fun. What happens when you have a period? That's exactly what I was talking about. Wow, this is watching all of you. Great right there. So the audience and all of us. Yeah. I was in college studying bar, right? So that's my front. Now, one is I guys from Vermont. Okay, very close. And you have a dog? So got to know a guy in a wheelchair, and nice wheelchair, right? He had a living nurse, and I talked to him a few times. And one time at an activity at church, he came up and asked me to help him out. And I asked him what. He brought over his living nurse and said, "We need to go find a private road at the top." It ended up that he had used his wheelchair to key a guy's truck because that guy had stolen his girlfriend, and he needed to be punished. That's a real professor. That's a situation. Yeah. So, what did you do? I asked me to get him out of his wheelchair so that the living nurse could spank him with his foot. Did you get? I wanted to be the person. Wow. Yeah. See, I was 17. You know, I didn't know what I was 17-year-old the guy was. Hey, not wild. Not wild. Got a room at the table. And so I sort of followed him on the table. Yeah. Front side up. Yeah. On the table. No. Would you usually have to be 18 or something like that? I mean, deniability, right? Wow. So that's the worst thing I've ever done. Well, it's funny. The worst thing I've ever done is let you know that story. All right. Hey, I want to give you something, bud. No, I love it. You got a fun setup. Hey, thanks, man. Nice to meet you. Fun to meet like very people growing, getting better.
you got a van. That's a new thing. How about that? That's what I'm talking about.
You were here when I was here last time. Were you here when I was here? I think I have a lot more fun. Yeah,
You got concrete on
that's
top.
like as soon as I put you can never short my
Dude, it's not short for a big
I did ready.
short. It's gonna be ready every time.
Ready. I like the pressure put myself in that spot. Like harder on myself for what it's
No matter what. Wow, geez. I love it. You been eating for fun over there, man?
well, I went back to Indiana to support mushrooms. I mostly worked on the band, edible mushrooms, which I like survivorship stuff where it's like,
Growing mushrooms in Indiana. What was your job?
I was a mechanic, so yeah, I worked on computers, engines, hydraulics, hovercraft. Wow.
That one.
My grandfather wearing a ring, and now you've been.
Jason, where did you start? Did you go overseas?
No, I was on a ship first out of North Carolina, actually.
You ever heard of Kendall before? Alright. And did you say you were stationed in Rome? That's it?
I was stationed in New Orleans.
Wow. North Carolina to New Orleans. What a hero. Now I'm just Guantanamo. See anything crazy when you're in Guantanamo?
Around I heard they play your act working anyway. Solid games like that. I like
You're all good. You're all good. Jason, how did we have to think? What happened?
started having some sad issues.
Wow. You were involved by baseball and use that as an excuse for being gay.
No, I think that's my military one. Military shit, so it's like that single line super hard. Scratches your asshole left and right. Oh yeah. You probably use it in your marathons.
I have no idea what military like sounds. Amazing. I mean, it sounds like it'd be a good like first approach. Like start with that and once like regular and then perhaps a wet wipe. You ever do that as a 3-layer wipe? Man, you wipe your ass properly.
I have worked on my sort of like shit.
Where do you ship?
Outside with me.
Yeah. Doing that again. Where do you ship? Like where do you have any place that you put a van now and you can hold this for a while? You're getting outside the van, but is there a place that you found on the sea or you just right there in the middle of the street outside the van?
I know. Whoa, now you're already still on your game.
crash on her, she hung herself, and what? That's it? That's the whole story?
I mean, I was back when I had balls. So you're not well home. Oh, no. I don't know if I'm right back up there.
How did you get her down? Did she fall?
No, I never worked in there to even tell her that I like had breast hunger.
Wow, just think, if you order that meat, she would hung herself right here.
You're hanging. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I would never do it. So when I got depressed, when I fucked myself, that's 1 3. Yeah, when that's my I don't know. I got painkillers and all kinds of shit because I was anti-drug, so I went into ghost group. So when they started throwing all that shit at me, I would get the white ghost telling me, "Oh, you take this, and you'll be better," or whatever shit. Sending me down some medications like that, whatever. Yeah.
Now you're clean.
I didn't kill myself.
Now you're not on painkillers. You don't want to kill yourself. You found something you can do.
You call non what?
Well, and get your shot. You get a job. I don't know if I got that part. You get something sent to you from
Yeah.
wow.
and then you start to miss the sense. So.